I think being competitive is who I am. I'm always trying to win at anything I do. As a player, I'm definitely aggressive. The best way to describe it is like seizing the opportunity. I like to chase those eliminations. As soon as I get on the game, I try to just win. When I was younger, I played soccer. I kept getting injured repeatedly. That made me just continue to play video games. Soccer is definitely my adrenaline rush, but Fortnite kind of replaced that, and the rush is always like kind of there. You know, I still get it sometimes, say in like a grand final end game, feel that like kind of your heart pounding and that adrenaline rush, and I chase that feeling, you know, it's fun. I think I'm performing now compared to previous seasons because I've been treating it like a job, putting more structure and incorporating good habits. Having a system just allows you to focus on other things. You just do this and you get to focus on playing and competing. Like doing those routines every day gives you confidence because you keep doing it, like it's not anything new to you. So what do you have to worry about? You know, you're prepared. I go to the gym 6 days a week. The aggressiveness does show in the gym for sure. Yeah, personal records are always the goal. Fortnite in the gym helps your mental, I would say. Just gives you confidence in every area of your life. I think I've always been competitive, you know, with my family, my brother. We used to compete with each other and try to beat each other at everything. I think if I didn't have competition and competing with other players, it's kind of boring. Improving yourself is important, constantly adapting and making sure that you're trying to be as perfect as possible. I could say all these things and, you know, hard work, but at the end of the day, you got to get the results. I think I want to win to prove to myself that I'm finally, you know, a top-tier player. I definitely don't want to have any regrets. Just doing everything that I can to become the best, leave it all on the table. After everything's done, I hope that I'm in the Fortnite Hall of Fame.
No shot, cause I'm always in range.
This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.
How's it going, NA? Are you ready for the Major 3 Grand Finals? Because we certainly are. None of these teams tonight will go down without a fight, especially not with all 10 global championship spots on the line and the title as the Major 3 FNCS champion. A team that has been stunningly good this season is Iamzo and Rise, grabbing first place back-to-back in weeks 1 and 2. Although this duo has never grabbed first or second place finish in a grand finals this chapter, Major 3 might just be their time to shine. Can they go all the way and finally claim the title? Kanata and Agers will also be looking at the prize tonight. These players have shown that they can compete with the very top, and this major might just be theirs. It would be double success if they could claim both the championship title and book their ticket to Copenhagen later this year. Major 1 champions Acorn and Cold are here to solidify themselves as the best team in NA. However, a lot of teams are looking strong around them, so it's now or never if they want to prove that they deserve the status before global championships. This is not a drill, as we are heating up the battle bus for tonight's first 6 games of the NA Grand Finals. So many teams are in the conversation for the FNCS title and those global championship spots. However, there isn't enough for everyone. So let's find out. This is the NA FNCS.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. We just watched things on EU go wild. It was actually crazy close with only a 60-point lead for duos in first place. You have to go back and check it out. But today, we're focused on North America. We have 6 games here to set up for tomorrow's 6 games. That's right, a total of 12 over the next couple of days. Now, not only is there 10 spots up for grabs with the Global Championships, there's also an Axe of Champions to be had. As we continue to talk about things, I need some help from our analyst friends. They're going to help us break down everything we're seeing here today. It is none other than Vivid and Kelly Link.
Woo! Fortnite fam. Zeke set it all up. We're here to hype it up. I mean, 3 weeks of competition leading to this very day right here. Kelly, I cannot wait.
I cannot wait either. I mean, Zeke, you said it. We got to see some incredible games out of EU. It was absolutely wild, especially in comparison to what we saw from EU in Major 2, where we all knew it was going to be Queasy and Vino. Who knows who's going to win now?
I feel like the hype is high, right? This is a big weekend. The final grand finals before Global Championships. Oof. What do you guys feel like is going to kind of be that thing you hope we see today?
Just good competition, really. I mean, all of the strategies, I just talked about it. 3 weeks for these teams to prepare, to kind of get used to the meta, the season, and everything like that, right? They got to bring it all out now because, you know, some teams talking about, oh, hiding strats and stuff for grands. Let's see them.
I'd like to see an underdog win.
Okay, I love to see it. Well, as we get ready to kick off the competition, let's talk about a few things, starting with the players we know are going to the Global Championships. Now, the reason we bring this up is actually to focus in on NA specifically. So turn your eyes right here on screen. We got NA West, Thoric, Bolts, okay, Acorn and Cold out of East. Over there, we see a couple more names. Right now, I know what you're thinking. What does that have to do with anything, Zeke? Well, all these players that are already qualified to Global Championship, we will be seeing them compete today. So implications on the standings could happen. Not a top 10, but possibly down to a top 15. I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts, though, with 10 spots up for grabs. What are your favorites coming into today?
Well, you can see right here the top 10 favorites that we have to make it into the Global Championships. And chat, let us know who you think is going to be making it to the Globals. But first, we got to talk about Bucky and Ocus.
I mean, Bucky and Ocus, right? I love strategy when it comes to Fortnite. And this season, they have taken it upon themselves to go ahead and claim Rift Island as much as they possibly can. And that's going to revolve around them staying around the middle of the map towards that new biome where they can go ahead and get access to those rifts. They, of course, hang around those and just wait for that Rift Island to spawn, and as soon as it does, boom, they take that rift and they try to be the first ones there.
Yeah, Bucky and Ocus has obviously done such a good job with this strategy. One of 3 teams to get top 10 all 3 weeks. And they're also the team to get the most bonus points, a new feature added to Major 3. And out of those Rift Islands, they got 9 out of the possible 18, which is just wild. And also, one time, I believe it was Ocus that got it as a solo player.
Wow, absolutely an incredible one. Talk about solo plays. One person that likes to do it a lot. it's going to be Bugha alongside Threats, and they have had a pretty good season coming into this. But the thing that I like the most about this duo is actually where they're landing, because I feel like Bugha always seems to find himself toward the southern side of the map, no matter what the map is looking like, no matter the season. And honestly, that just means that he has the experience making those rotations around, all the way up to the north and such.
I mean, if you're going to talk about experience, obviously we have to talk about Bugha's accolades. Between chapters 2 and 3, he got back-to-back-to-back first place finishes. In Chapter 3, he didn't get lower than 3rd place, but obviously in Major 1, we saw him struggle a little bit. Major 2, he picks up Threats, and they get a 5th place finish. So if anyone can do it, if they could break back into that top 3, now's the time.
And of course, another team that we're looking towards today is going to be Aviv and Skittles, and they caught my eye when it came to that Week 3 finals, and that is because I saw them implement a strategy that involved them going to the front side of those moving zones. They looked back, they were like, hey, who's up on high ground? Doesn't matter. Let's just go ahead and shoot them out and then take high ground for ourselves. And the fact that they have implemented that strategy into their game plan makes me wonder just how well they're going to do in grand finals.
Well, with that strategy, we saw them be the only team to get 2 double-digit elimination games, and that was in Week 3. And not only that, but we also saw Aviv get the most solo eliminations, being 10. And guess who got the second most solo eliminations? It was Skittles.
You'll love to see it. So if this is our list of top 10, our favorites to go through the Global Championships. Do you guys have maybe an honorable mention?
Ooh, okay. So, I start from NA West, so I like to look to that region, of course. So I'm going to give it to Favs and Chris. They were at one point at the top of that region, and I'd like to see them do well today.
I'm going to go with a newer form to do. It's going to be Peterbot and Larson. They're going to be uncontested in these grand finals, and the only time that we have seen them perform throughout this major is when they were contested. So I'm excited to see what they do with the opportunity.
I love to hear it. Now, of course, the other thing I love to hear is getting in the minds of our very players, hearing their perspective. And one of the players we'll get a chance to talk to is none other than Blake, who we've talked to a bunch.
Okay.
All right, what's up, Blake? It's good to see you, man.
Yo, good to see you guys too. I'm ready for today.
Absolutely. Man, so coming in, here we are, grand finals time. You got 2 days, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. I just want to start easy. How are you guys feeling coming into today? Where are your mentals at right now?
So obviously we're contested once again. This is like my 10th grand finals contested. I think I'm up there with Mr. Savage as like the top contested player in the world, but I'm used to it. I've been here before. I'm ready to dominate and qualify for Copenhagen.
Ooh, I like the confidence, and obviously you got quite an aura about you right now. Do you feel confident going into today?
Yeah, so I actually have dinner after this, so I had to make sure to get ready before grand finals. Yeah, no, I feel great. I'm ready.
Wow, already planning for after. Of course, being contested is something that is, it's something hard to deal with in Fortnite. What does kind of like the week look like in terms of planning and getting practice for that off-spawn situation?
So it's just a lot of practicing jobs, practicing those off-spawn fights, and making sure we're ready for any scenario, because there's obviously a lot of scenarios that can happen off-spawn, but making sure we have a good game plan for the games we do win off-spawn, avoid third parties and all of that. So I think we're ready, and we have all of our plans set.
Okay, Blake, I want to ask you, you don't have to reel too much, and if you don't really want to, I get it, Blake, but is there some kind of strategy you guys are going to be employing here coming into this weekend? You could be as detailed or not, subtle details. What do you got?
Yeah, so we have a pretty good strategy. We're going to drop into the map down at Lonely Labs, eliminate 20 and pledge off spawn, 12 out of 12 games, and then win the game.
Wow.
Done.
That's a good strategy.
Yep,
I can't complain.
That's it.
I love to see it. So how does it feel, man, to know that you're this close to Copenhagen? What would it mean for you to come in that top 10 and just know, like, that's it? Global Championships, that's the next step.
Dude, it would mean the world. Like, Copenhagen means a lot to me. Qualifying for all these LAN events means a lot. I love to travel, meet everyone, so I definitely want to be there. And this is an opportunity I have, so got to make it count.
That's right, man. Well, thank you so much. For all the fans that maybe don't know where you're at, I want them to go find you. Where can they do that?
It's at Blake on Twitch and Blake PS on Twitter.
There you go. Thank you so much, Blake, and best of luck in the competition today.
Appreciate it.
Now, earlier we did talk about our top 10 favorite duos coming out of the weekend, but there has to be an overall winner. So what duos we think could walk away FNCS champions? Let's answer some of that question with our first duo, none other than Yamzo and Rise. If you've been following the FNCS, you've probably heard us talk about these guys a lot. Maybe for people that aren't familiar, what should they know?
Well, let me talk a little bit about their history before Vivid really breaks it down a little bit. All right, so obviously we know that they've done phenomenally throughout the weeks, getting first place in weeks 1 and 2, and then a 4th place, how terrible, in week 3. And before this, in Majors 1 and 2, in day 1, they actually tend to do a little weaker than you would expect to. But if you look at just their day 2 performances, they got first place in both days. However, with the strategy that they've implemented in Major 3, they might now be a day 1 and day 2 team.
I like the fact that you're bringing up the strategy of Major number 3, because that is what has been working so well for this duo. And it's going to start early on in the game with their drop spot. Of course, they are landing over towards Secluded Spire, and they do get that key card that they can use to open up the vault below their POI. Now, this gives them access to +3 points, also a couple of slurps, and those mythic flapjack rifles, which is pretty much the base of this strategy. Now, going into the mid game, they like to go ahead and make sure that they get those caches, and you know, they have this thing where they like to carry 3 weapons, which is not really seen too much in this meta because it's 0 mobility, which means that you usually need 3 heals. However, once they are done getting enough Storm Surge in the early game with either the MK or the Mammoth pistol, they like to drop that weapon, go ahead and only take a shotgun and a mythic flapjack, and then 3 heals, because they have those from the caches, of course. And then with those very high pressure, you know, rifles that they have, they can just dominate the low ground and pretty much just plow through anybody.
If there's one word to describe this duo right here, it is efficiency. They have the plan from the get-go. There was no sitting and waiting. They are going like hardcore every single second of the game.
Absolutely, and this is a duo that does need a spot to Global Championships, so we're looking and expecting them at minimum to come in the top 10 by the end of the weekend. Last duo to throw your way, Agers and Kanata. Kanata, someone who's been hunting for that FNCS title, now paired up with Agers. Talk to me about this duo.
I mean, again, this duo has had such incredible momentum throughout the weeks, getting an 8th place finish in week number 1, going to a 4th place finish in week number 2, and then grabbing that 1st place in week number 3. And again, the strategy that they've implemented is clearly a factor into that success.
Yeah, I love this because we actually got to talk to Kanata, and he said that the major change for them during week number 2 was actually their Storm Surge strategy, in which they were tired of basing up on mountains, getting that elevation, and instead, they're going to be looking for opportunities to sneak up on players and deal unsuspecting damage. And then, of course, their mid game is also going to involve those caches, because let's be honest, those gold weapons and those slurps that you get out of that are just way too good to pass up on. But the fact that they don't have those, you know, high pressure rifles such as the flapjacks, because they do have to carry the MK for good Storm Surge, they carry those into the late game, which means that they have to play a little bit higher layers when it comes to the end game, and we'll probably see them around 2nd height throughout the entire day.
I like that you bring up about them being sneaky, because it looks like another duo is going to be sneaking up on them. If you follow Kanata's socials, it looks like they might be Con today. And we can't forget, in Major 1, they got 2nd place, which means that they were just so close to being able to qualify to Global, so they need a good day today.
Yeah, I like that you bring up the sneaking portion, because we actually saw a lot of this over in EU, and actually Roban, who we actually talked to at the end of the show, mentioned it. A lot of these duos are looking to pull off these little sneaky plays, coming in, trying to find these little angles to just gain advantage in these games. Now, as we continue the dialogue, we also have a couple more friends who will be helping us break down more for you. First, it is none other than your casters, Monster D-Face and Jacob PR, but also your mid-game analyst, Somebody's Gun.
Back. You thought you can get rid of me? Not that easy.
Zeke, you ever just step on gum? That's like us. You know, we're just that.
What?
We're
gum
here.
Stuck under the shoe. We're here.
Well, we can't ever get away from Jacob because he's too tall, so he'd always find us. Guys, welcome. Of course, it's a big weekend here for NA. I wanted to talk to you guys specifically about your thoughts coming into today. What are your expectations?
I'm expecting a lot of versatility from these duos, and the teams that are able to adapt to whatever happens throughout the day, they're going to be successful.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen the drop maps. We know who's coming into the competition today. I think we're going to get a lot of surprises, especially down in that southern portion, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the team I kind of had locked in, whether they were contested or not, Kanata and Agers. He's been to the finals too many times to not have himself a chip.
Okay, so is that your duo? Is it the duo that you want to see walk away as champions? Is
Yes,
this it?
yes, 100%.
Do you agree?
I like it. I mean, Kanata deserves one.
Okay. Do you have a different pick?
I would go Acorn and Cold if I had to pick, but you know, both are good spots.
Easy pick.
I'm gonna lean Booga Threats. I want to give Threats really the platform, the opportunity today to continue to prove himself. I mean, this is my guy right now for the weekend.
I love to see it. Well, if you are hyped, then so are we. It is that time. The FNCS Grand Finals for Major number 3 here in NA. They kick off right now. This is game number 1.
All right, and just like that, we get to go ahead and gear up for the grand finals. There's going to be 12 big games in front of us, so it couldn't be a better time than to start right now.
Yeah, if weeks 1 through 3 weren't telling enough, it is a marathon, not a straight out sprint. So hopefully these teams have that mental toughness to make sure they last all throughout the games, which starts right now.
Well, here we have it. Let's go ahead and take on into the Fortnite Battle Bus. Here we have, it's a north to south bus. What's on the line here, Jacob? Let's really begin setting up the stage right now for the conversation of the weekend, because with 12 big games in front of us, of course, we need to know what they're playing for.
I mean, of course, the cash money, the acts of champions, but what's more important than that is the 10 global championship spots that are up for grabs. And a little bit of a sigh of relief seemingly from Kanata and Agers. They are not contested. They're probably celebrating now, but they have to be able to contain themselves because it's just the start of the game.
But, you know, mentally, they're already prepared, right? So this is going to put them in an even better position, a better situation. And they can't let their guard down, right? We've seen crazier things happen, but Fatch and Pam are, however, contested down at the Frenzy Fields. And it's not just them. Remember, this is a spot that was already split between 2. It's barely big enough for 2 duos. Another team coming on in makes it that much more interesting, and what a way for them to kick off the competition than to find Defiable out the gate.
Just straight up 50-50, a huge risk play for Defiable. It cost him already. He goes down, but Scissor is there over on the other side. He's trying to loot up. He's trying to get himself ready because he knows if he's looking to get Defiable's reboot card, it is going to be tough because there's not only Pamsto and Fatch, but there's another duo nearby as the action continues from one side of the map to another. Shore and Zypha find themselves with 2 quick eliminations off spawn, and they're continuing where they left off in the last time we've seen them in the weekly finals.
We've seen them in Cash Cups. We've seen them in other weekly finals. This is the same exact battle happening over and over, and you know what? The count is the same. Zypha and Shore remain to be the better duo landing at that drop spot, and we're seeing it every single week. Take a look at Thatch here. This is going to be the conversation of the weekend. This is going to be the one that leads to all the angry tweets online. It's that mammoth pistol, the big hitter that can end your run before you even know it. Don't get clipped with it like Thatch does right here. It'll cost you.
Yeah, a couple of these early game shots coming in from so many directions. You see in the minimap, towards the right, towards the left, and then Scissor even went back to try and get that reboot card. If he has it in his back pocket, he knows his job is not done just yet, but Blake and Macwood already having the high ground, and you heard Blake's confidence just oozing because of this fight.
And there you have it, Macwood. That nice angle there to go ahead and open things up with a beautiful body shot. But off in the distance, you can see they're also wary about the team that's looking in nearby. I wonder if that duo has already put some shots down. Possibly.
Yep.
It's Penta there, just looking on in.
Along with Teeks, they're very, very familiar. This has been their game plan every single time you watch them. They go ahead and look for these 2 teams to fight, and then they third party. They don't always go ahead and finish and clean everything up, but they definitely get the damage they need in terms of Storm Surge. And I think Blake and Macwood have realized this is a possibility, and I thought he was going to watch out, but a huge mammoth shot already going to take him low.
That's what's going to happen every single time you take a dry peek without really looking around you. Other players are going to react exactly like that. There's so much damage that's going to come out and give players the opportunity to take an advantage of you. For now, jumping in with Aviv and Skittles here.
Yep, the only team in NA with multiple 10+ elimination games during our weekly finals. And the way they were doing it was calm, cool, collected. They weren't just W-king around the lobby. They were just playing their game, and those eliminations would naturally come to them. And that's exactly what they're doing here. It started with Mudhut Boy and Chris. They went ahead and let that one escape. Somebody else is going to pick up that one. That's Aviv, his partner. And there's that team that's just close by, being a nuisance. If you end up being focused by the lobby, especially this early, it's very, very hard to survive with very little loot.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a difficult position happened multiple times. For Skittles and Aviv, this is a team that truly has been contested season for season.
Yeah.
They've done very well. In particular, Skittles, he has a very tenured history. But let's jump in with the Yamzo and Rise here. Of course, favorites for the entire competition right now. Look at the mechanics right now. Yamzo really getting jiggy right here. Sliding across, making it look nice and simple. Here's a team that, of course, can win it all. But Yamzo doesn't quite have the history of performing in finals lobbies. The real question is, has he grown up? Is he ready for the big stage?
Yeah, this is huge because you gotta add in the fact that the curse is broken. They're not surprise contested like you've seen them in the previous major grand finals. So now they have a chance to not only just play it out, but play out the strategy that's proven to be one of the best in Fortnite right now. But Bugha and Threats, this is a team that you were kind of talking about. What are you wanting to see from them?
I mean, look, I'm the one who likes to put emphasis on the dark horses, the real, underdog stories and teams. Now, Bugha, of course, has one of the longest rap sheets in Fortnite history, but Threats does as well. And I just feel like Threats doesn't quite get the respect, right, the attention he deserves. So to see Threats paired up with a player like Bugha, who has, again, all of the accolades, especially in recent time, I think this is going to play well for him. I'm feeling like this is going to be his chance to really pop off.
Yep. Got everybody's chance here, not only to pop off, just on the upper side of things with those 10 spots, as Blake and Macwood continuing the fight in which they started so long ago over towards Lonely Labs. Don't want to let any free loot, any free damage go to waste as 20 and Pledge on the other side, not backing down. And you even see in the mini-map another skirmish going down. That's probably Penta and Teeks as well. So these early game skirmishes are so important because they not only set you up to gather the most loot, but that Storm Surge. And look, there's 91 players alive. Storm Surge, when it finally hits Monster, is going to be very devastating.
Well, we heard Blake say it. He said he's here to put Pledge in the box over and over, round after round. We know Macwood and Blake are feeling dangerous right now, but can they put the money where their mouth is right now? So far, it's a back-and-forth exchange, a battle of attrition, if you will, but Macwood doesn't have any more heals, so it's going to come down to this. Tries to open up with the Mammoth there instead of the shotgun. I wonder if he's going to be regretting that later. He's really putting it all up on the line right now. If he would have just taken the couple tags, I mean, they would have potentially turned the tables already.
Yeah, very risky play, but he's kind of probably hoping that Mammoth, the hip fire, because it is so accurate, that he can kind of thread the needle. But I agree with you there that it is a little risky. You might want to open up with a Sharp Tooth because of how the Mammoth operates. It's like a pseudo double pump because you could still get that second shot off. And already somebody's going to be forced off of Lonely Labs because of the lack of heal. Storm's going to go ahead and push them in, but they have to go ahead and give up that capture point if they're going to get pushed in by the zone. I don't think either team is ready to give that up.
You can tell Mac was feeling the same way we were when we noticed that he was running low on material. He went back to farm before re-engaging here, so this is going to give them a little bit more time. I'm assuming 20 and Pledge are going to start feeling super desperate soon and possibly go for the all-or-nothing commitment here, but no, look, they actually have the HP to sustain in the zone, but the shotgun damage starting to come on down. And look, just 2 builds here for 20.
Yeah, he has to be careful. Not a ton of ammo to keep just firing off pre-fires, hoping to get a shot.
Ooh, half mag now.
What you prefaced, the flopper, the med miss, that's going to be more than enough to kind of outlast both Macwood and Blake. So they're going to have to make a decision now, and already it does look like Macwood is trying to think outside of the box, both figuratively and literally, to try to get a sneaky shot onto either Pledge or 20.
Little does he know, that's it. 20's out of builds here. If he can just push in, it could be all she wrote. And there it is, he finds a weak wall. This might be the information that he needs right here to say, hey, wait a second, I think they're completely out. Here comes the shots. Pledge has got to be running super thin. Blake's still in the front lines, and already 20 digging into those heals. That's exactly what we talked about. We knew that they didn't have much to work with. Ooh. The shots exchange back and forth. 20 gets the shield cracked, and Blake and Macwood are still indecisive. Macwood kind of playing defensively on the outskirts, but Blake is very much in it, and Pledge has the high ground here.
Yeah, I think Blake and Macwood, or Macwood at the very minimum, is just looking for extra heals.
There it is.
Saw him, he had no more. There goes the shot, trying to land a flying elbow from above. A couple missed opportunities from Blake, and Macwood goes down as well. 20 and Pledge already 1-0 off spawn.
Literally had it, but missed the shot that mattered most. And just like that, everything can change. And they're out and sit back to the lobby. Now we get to jump in with Trey. Trey is in a pretty difficult spot here. Edgy is down, and he has to play for the reboot.
Yeah, I saw it in the feed early on. It was Notch that did take down Edgy. It means Wavy Jacobs got to be somewhere else in sight and probably hunting for that mythic MK Alpha that you kind of get over towards Rumble Ruins. And you can see Duke is trying to grab 2 shotguns just in case he does get his teammate back. Doesn't waste time getting the loot they need to be successful.
Now jumping in with Smite and Crisp on the other side, sitting on a refresh here. Legendary loadouts, those caches, of course, pay big. You can secure them. Plenty of options to choose from, plenty of time as well, which is arguably even more surprising as the other duos nearby aren't really trying to push in. They've decided, hey, you know what? You got it.
And just wonder how it even started, because Knifer, see him by himself. I don't see Snacky in sight anywhere around. And they land over towards the Citadel, so it isn't too far from their POI, so he's probably just hiding. He's bunkered down. He realistically has very little choice if he wants to keep himself unknown and have a chance to get his teammate back. But for Muzz and Paper, you can see there's 20 FNCS champions, so 42 total FNCS titles competing today. Muzz not only has multiple of those FNCSs, it's on 2 different regions.
I mean, you see him flexing in the name title. The 3X, it's there for a reason. It's very cool as the years go on, we start to see more and more players, of course, emerge as FNCS champions.
Already see right now what they have in sight. There's so much to gather, but I'm gonna go throw it over to SVG to break down some mid-map objectives.
Objective points have played a huge factor in the weekly finals. One team is by far the best. They've scored 135 points, and that is Bucky and Okus. They've captured that Rift Island 9 times. The second highest number of captures by a single team is only 2. That is a massive lead by them for points, and they're gonna do it again today. I talked to Okus, he said they're confident they have strategies for both when they capture Rift Island and when they don't get it. So they're coming ready for endgames as well as that Rift Island.
Thank you for the breakdown, SVG. This is an excellent story for us to continue to follow. We've seen how effective it has been for them. And of course, now when it matters most, when your chances are starting to run thin, can you pull it through in a 12-game series? I think you can, honestly. It's one of the more consistent strategies, being that they aren't necessarily having to fight for it every time. But let's jump in with the team we want to watch. Threats is actually very hurt here as we're starting to tune in, and Booga has to go ahead and pause down and support his teammate. And that's the bounce back there against NPen and Byla, their neighboring duo, the one that's landing right next door. Not the 4 teams fighting off to the west, but the singular one here on the east.
You can kind of see exactly what they were fighting for, that loot cache. Each team is paired with another, and it gets equal distance between the 2 teams. That is the loot cache, and then from there, it's about opening it and kind of gathering what's yours. Kanata and Agers, one of the first ones towards the island. Batman, Booga, and Rapid close nearby, and this is just so many teams ready to contest this Rift Island, and you're seeing the importance of those 15 points.
Looking more jam-packed in an NYC subway train. I'm telling you, there's not a lot of space to breathe here. There's not a lot of space to move. If I'm Kanata, if I'm Agers, I would have counted my blessings and not gone into a contested area after getting their drop spot to themselves. This is, if anything, risky.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm surprised to see no one actually contest it. So 15 free points on over to Kanata and Agers. A hot start for a team, and you can see Batman Booga just took so much damage. Great job from both Kanata and Agers fighting against that type of elevation. It's tough at times, and they're not giving up. They want to go ahead and completely take them down and leave Rift Island for themselves.
You can see the game sense. Kanata was already ready to pre-fire the window before a player even came out to go ahead and defend there. And that's just excellent awareness. I mean, Kanata, of course, showing us why he's shown up on top time and time again. Booga, it seems like he lost threats. He's gotten a trade, though. It's a one-on-one situation here, and he hasn't quite gotten the finish, so the points haven't to be claimed just yet. It's NPen who's down right now. Byla, who's waiting in the wings here. Does get a little upgrade. That's massive. This can really change things now.
Yeah, he can practically stop that revive from coming through because of how easy it is to break through a lot of those covers. Bylev's just testing him, baiting it out. Trading shot's gonna go through. IQ over 200 for Bylev. He could be able to execute and finish this off. That was just incredible. IQ coming out of Bylev to just hook, line, and sinker, bait Buka in.
What a shot and a save for NPen as well. You don't see clutches like that very often, let alone against someone like Buka who had the advantage. He got the knock, he turned the tables around. What a tough situation to be in. Well, that's gonna be it for the game one. But the Rets and Buga, as they get sent back to the lobby to contemplate what all went wrong there. Just don't forget, that's the team next door, so there's going to be a lot of engagements against NPen and Bylev.
Yep, there's a lot of space now for them because you got to think typically Buga and Threats, they travel to the slower side of each of those rotations, so a door might have been just opened up. But back on over to Aviv and Skittles. This is a strategy that I feel like is very, very familiar. They land over towards Brutal Bastion. They not only loot up the actual POI, but they go ahead and go north, trying to get some Storm Surge on the teams above them. They're not scared to just sit in the zone just like this and be one of the last teams to emerge. And that's typically when they try to take their high ground and steal it away, maybe towards 6th, 7th, maybe even 8th zone.
We saw Crispin Smite putting in some action earlier. Chris seemingly has found himself a knock there and a finish onto Knifer. Okay, big exchanges happening here as we're starting to lean into the later portions of the game. Bucky's gonna find one as well. Here's a look at high ground though. Larson and Peterbot have big visuals here on the remainder of the lobby off to the distance. It's completely underrated as far as this positioning goes. This is an excellent spot to be in as he's pulled the outer skirts of the zone, but also just can see everything that's in front of him, right?
Yep. It's pretty interesting to see as well that the threshold right now, even though he is 166 above, typically in the weeks 1 through 3 lobbies, there was at least a couple teams, 500, 600, 700, everybody just lacking on the surge, and here is another opportunity for players to pick it up. We saw Defiable go down towards Frenzy Fields right off of spawn, and his teammate did a good job of not only getting him back up, but staying above the damage threshold for Surge. Zuki goes down, Kinzo's his teammate, who goes down as well. Both of their runs come to an end rather short here in game one, but the fight's not over yet. From one team to another, they realize they still have to get their hands dirty.
Love watching players use the Mammoth as a hand cannon. Those fresh builds. It can be very sneaky if you catch it right as the build is placed. Of course, you'll be destroying that structure. But now the rotate, things are starting to tick up. The damage really starting to come together here.
Yeah, you see right now the zone about half and half. They're just trying to go to the slower side of the zone, let it open up. That's where they're going to find that comfortability and wait for that next rotation. They're barely above when it comes to damage. Not the same could be said by Pledge and 20, who's already feeling the effects of Storm closing in, not really giving them options. And you can see the slow rate of fire out of the MK Alpha. He has that augment. The scope salvo, trying to give him extra damage in the distance, kind of like a pseudo red eye, but nothing is working. They're just becoming a target. That means there's not time for them to look for damage, but all you need is a second with the Mammoth.
And that's the difference right there. That could easily have been a knock. It was so close. And I just find this very interesting. Like, you can see the difference in playstyles right now. There are teams literally tanking zone right now. Comfortably. 2-tick, yep. Don't care. Med Miss, Legendary Slurp Juice. So many more options now. Because we have never seen that in the past on a half in, half out.
Yeah, because
it almost makes me feel the years of casting that I put into the game. How much this has evolved. Just watching a team tank to get position is pretty cool.
You've really seen basically the game kind of evolve little by little. Seeing how important it is. It does look like Edgy still down, Trey 5, unable to really get him back up, but 791 above the damage threshold. That in itself as a solo is super impressive, and you can see him scavenging around for any bit of heals because he knows once he gets towards zone, he's gonna need it.
Well, all right, playtime's over. The zone's gonna close soon. Surge is clearly coming around the corner. It's gonna continue to be a problem as there are over 70 players alive here, leaning into the 7th. An extremely stacked grand finals game one. And already, there goes some shots coming in.
Really unable to make it out of the zone. Maybe should have popped a bandage. Shout out to Sundown. Aiden and Hound, they're doing a good job of playing a little defensive. For them, Monster, just to make it to this point was one of the most impressive runs I've seen out of a team in recent memory. They not only took over and controlled their own destiny, Aiden clutched up big to make this one possible. 376 above the damage threshold, 4 eliminations. They're doing such a good job as a team that some might not have expected to make it this stage.
Here's a team that we definitely want to see a lot more of. Clicks with a little cheeky angle right there, picks up an elimination when it mattered, when he was just on the edge of the surge damage coming in. Finds a few tags, but they are going to need a little bit more. Take a look at the rotate here between Epic and Clicks. They refuse to go down to low ground. They'd actually rather commit to the builds here as they get across.
Yep.
A very difficult rotate in front of them.
A huge clutch from both Clicks and Epic. Well, just to make it to this point during their Week 3 finals run, they were just really, really impressive. And it almost wouldn't be an FNCS finals without the 6-time FNCS champion Epic. Well, as Yamzo and Rise, you can see their game plan and how it's already working out for them. 3 slurp juices, 2 slap splashes. I got to imagine Rise has no less than 3 slurp juices as well.
Yeah, definitely here. And this is it. Things are going to start getting a little crazy for a second now as, again, we're reaching the later stages of the game now. Acorn and Cold fragmented. It's up to Acorn right now to play this one out by himself. Only 50 damage above, battling on his rotate to the new zone here. Needs to find anything that he can. Instead decides to sit back for a second and heal.
And this is something great to see. Paper goes down. It was great to see if you're Acorn or even Cold. And honestly, when it comes to Acorn, the biggest and scariest thing that happened this season to me is he realized he took accountability for his lack of preparation in Major 2. One of the best IGLs to touch the game. When you have someone like this that says, hey, my fault, I'm going to come back bigger, I'm going to come back stronger. And then what you see he did in the weekly finals, clutching up as a solo, letting Cold ride in the backpack a little bit. He's given him a free ride now. With 12 games, he said, don't worry, Cold, rest up, get your energy. We're going to need those big clutches later on.
It really just shows you what happens when you take your foot off the gas pedal. You start to slow down. You allow other teams to begin to close the gap, right? And Acorn and Cold clearly were miles ahead of the competition for quite some time. So last season, we really did get to see what happens when they do slow down.
Yamzo got dropped in the feed. A little new for them, but honestly, if the Cash Cup was telling for anybody in this lobby, they hit a little bit of a speed bump in their road. Kanata's getting one. You can see Rokan and Vert just looking towards the backside. Lands just one cheeky shot onto Muzz. We saw Paper go down, so their run comes to an end. And this is the interesting part. Placement points are just barely getting to set in, so it doesn't matter how much time you spent in the lobby up until this point. Now is the time where game starts.
Rise is by himself here. We saw Yamza go down. I didn't think Rise was still alive, actually, though, but he is very much in the game here. Barely anything to work with. But the longer he stays alive, the more points he can accrue for his team here, right? We need teams to start falling here. You're just moments away, several zones away from all of a sudden going from top 20 well into that top 10. Happens pretty quickly here in the last moments. Shots come out here. These are extremely important for Rise to connect with. No elimination, though, unfortunately.
Kanata
sees a layer up above. Says, yup, I want some of that.
It's like trying to use, hey, aren't we a trio? So everybody else in the lobby doesn't look at him, but a nice shot on a player rotating nearby. He has no build when it comes to Rise, so his back is truly up against the wall, having to think about where he's going to get this refresh from. And for now, he's got to look towards the backside of the zone, trying to find anybody else that might be in a similar position as him.
Almost caught Thatch there on the rotate. Rise scrambling back and forth. You can see the pressure really starting to sit in. He hasn't stopped moving, although he has had a chance to do so. But here it is. Looks in. Enemy puts a wall down. Can't slip through there. That's unfortunate. Has to bully his way through the wall. Goes through the mag as well. Nia's still up. We talked about just the zone is all it takes to get more placement points. Look, he's up in top 13. Rise is literally clutching up right now. Yeah, he hasn't found any elims, but the placement points are still all the more impressive.
He is showing that it doesn't matter what loot you have, you can still pick up some huge opportunities to go up the leaderboard, but a huge flank on by Cooper
190.
and Miro. They already have their global championship spot. For them, it's just bragging rights and all that money. The high ground, Aviv is trying to battle. It's Pamsu as well. Thatch is nearby, but this is a moment moment. With Thatch climbing up, he can give Pamstu a break because it's only 2 of them versus 1.
Thatch was tailing, and look, he's going to give it up. Pam still comes on down, and all of a sudden they just say, hey, let's just play for endgame. We'll come back later. But Kanata and Agers, they want to win here and now. They're still looking up, playing that mid-ground layer. 4 eliminations to the name. A frontside slide tries to get into a dime of a position here, but no, it's Bila who's waiting. Bila's already taken out one big name. Can he get another? No, sir. It's an exchange on all sides, and Kanata couldn't close it out. It's actually NPen who comes in. It's his time to clutch. Pamstu steps up now from high ground to the low and finds a solo. Nicely done for him.
Breaks through the box once more. The heavy breacher allowing people to just smoothly go through these builds. Casker and Rise trying to do the same thing, but they get blocked off. That opportunity to take down a V went out the window, but they're not getting greedy. They know exactly to keep moving, not get stuck behind anybody else. They have 290 mats, so they have more than enough to continue to shield themselves in the next fight.
Seemingly a much different game down here in the low ground. Casker and Revise have complete control of this bottom layer. It's the spider's web, and they're catching all of the insects that slide on by. But here's Pamstu, who's back. Ultimate low. They're now looking to get into this domain, into that space. Here comes the clash. We knew it would happen. Thatch gets hit first. He's hurt. He backs up. Casker steps in, does not miss, and that's the knock.
That's a fly at a picnic up at the top. They're just annoying those players down low with that heavy breacher, destroying all their builds, forcing them to go one-on-one, and Bryce finally drops down. He's going to clean up Thatch, and it almost looks like he's just continuing to put that pressure. Not getting greedy is going to be the name of the game, and if you look at his inventory, heal off, if it does come down to it, has all the potential in the world to find some success, but Casker, he just lands a huge shot. He's being forced back. Revise is there, but the heals, they don't have any heals in this 2v2.
I can't believe they just did that. I can't believe Casker got punished like that. They had to go all the way back down, losing the slight advantage that they were starting to build up. But Chubbs, of course, has that mythic shotgun. It punches right through the builds. It's so much pressure in his hands here. Bryce has already given up his material counts to his teammate. That's it. He's now down to 0. He can't afford to block a shot now. He's looking for anything. Bryce is going to fall first, and they're going to be able to sweep him up, take him out too. Okay, those are the builds they needed. And now looking up, Chubbs has a big decision to make here. Play the zone or go for the fight. He's going to back up for a second now, and this might be a mistake, but he already has HP ticking from the previous slurp juice. It might just be enough. I think he's got the win in the bag unless Revise can find something, and he does. It's a med miss in the final moments, but a med kit on the left. Did he do it in time, Jacob?
Yeah, I think he does enough with that med kit. One more thing. No! He gets shut down. The lone med miss. The scavenged loot he found at the very last second is going to be enough to give him a huge Game 1 victory.
All right, listen, it's hard enough to, make that a close contested HP heal off, because usually the math does the trick, but sometimes luck is in your corner and you find a little sweet gem like this in the shack out back. And look at that, Revise finds the med miss, gets the heals in the final moments. Casker and Revise, like I said, it looked like they were playing a different game.
Yeah, we see them win a game in our weekly finals, and that was just the blueprint they were setting down, the foundation that they laid just to get to this point, and they executed when it matters most. This day number 1 is the day to start building yourself a cushion.
Thank you guys so much. Game number 1. I think game number 1 from NA is as NA does. It's slow, right? No one wants to be eliminated first. We want to try and stay alive as long as possible. Storm Surge was active for so long, Vivid.
Listen, not only was it active for so long, like you're mentioning, it just kept rolling. Everybody in the lobby was like, you know what, listen, we're just going to keep out healing it, which means that Storm Surge was never satisfied. Players were just constantly getting ticked throughout almost that entire game. I was looking at inventory, like, how do anybody have any heals at all?
Well, they didn't. If you saw towards the end game there, I think we saw one slurp juice from our second place team right there, and then everyone else pretty much had just mini pots.
Which is usually, it's kind of not necessarily unexpected, right? NA starts slow, and then we ramp up very quickly. We get aggressive. But this first game, it's about making sure we kind of feel out the lobby. What's going on in NA? Who's using what strategies? For Casker and Revise, though, they will pick up the first Victory Royale of the day. 7 eliminations as well. And man, just you have that feeling. You jump down, you're like, this is it. They're going up. Oh, what's that? A little spray? Okay.
Yeah, and against the team that did have heals, that was so risky. But a lot of these players watch where they run when they're going on the low ground there. That's one of the advantages of being a low ground team, is that you kind of see where all the floor loot is. So running back, knowing where all the players were being eliminated, and grabbing that med mist was the key to that success. Although that med kit was literally a split second from popping.
Very, very close. I mean, I got to give a shout out to Casper and Reviso, because how they played that end game, as soon as Bryce dropped down to try to find the shot, they took full advantage of it. But after they got that elimination, they just fully reset, grouped back up together, and that's what ultimately got that victory royale. So shout out to them. Cool, calm, and composed.
You'll love to see it. Let's take a look at the standings. I want to see how game one has shaped up. We might not have had eyes on all of the duos, but this will start to paint a little bit of a picture for us. Plenty of names to call out here on this first page. Let's start here in that 5th place spot, Agers and Kanata. We didn't necessarily see them too crazy, but still, they ended game 1 in 5th place, 4 eliminations, and the placement's not bad.
Yeah, a lot of our top teams that we were talking about at the start of the show went down to solo players towards that 9th and 10th zone, but Agers and Kanata have time and time again proved themselves to be able to solo clutch.
Yeah, but of course, listen, there's one duo that I'm excited to see up there. It's going to be Fatch and Pamsto. Coming into the day, they were expected to be contested. They were fully prepared for that, made it all the way into the end game. And honestly, their loot was actually like the best out of any duo by far. So that early engagement probably helping them out with the Storm Surge category, because as we mentioned, it was going on for so long, but they were probably one of those teams that didn't even have to worry about it. But even if they did have to worry about it, I mean, look how long they could have out-healed it for.
Yeah, and obviously that heisted shotgun giving them so much utility, able to break down so many builds quickly and get those eliminations, which is why we saw Fatchy end up with 4 eliminations just by himself.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. And, listen, while we're on the topic of, like, contested duos and everything like that, Zeke, I want to point out one thing that we actually, we mentioned at the start, was that Kanata and Agers were expected to be contested. Guess what? Now, they're not, supposedly.
Oh. That's going to change things, right? I mean, if you have Storm Surge strategy and plans kind of coming in, thinking we're going to be contested, you have to be able to adapt, change things on the fly. Still, though, without the Surge, they would have anticipated a 5th place, and not too bad. Byla and NPen as well, looking absolutely fantastic here. Remember, some of these duos still want those spots to Global Championships.
Well, one of those duos is definitely Bryce and Chubbs, who got 4th place in that game. Only a handful of eliminations with that, but still being able to play the end game like they did, holding high ground for so long. And I love it, the Mythic Munition Augment coming out there.
I'm surprised, actually, because the start of the moving zones, I was looking and I was like, oh, look, Aviv and Skittles are on high ground. This was kind of what I was expecting coming in today. And then, like, 2 moving zones later, all of a sudden, Bryce and Chubbs are on high ground. I'm like, what happened? So definitely, a little bit of a fight happened to go on there. But shout out to Bryce and Chubbs looking towards that high ground and actually taking Aviv and Skittles off of it. That's impressive.
That's what I want to see. More fights for high ground. Let's just do that. Don't give it away for free. This is Grand Finals. Make some plays. Yeah, I mean, overall, remember, this is just game 1. We're not going to get too crazy about it because we do have 11 games total, 5 more today, another 6 tomorrow. But I feel like the word for me that's kind of standing out is tempo, right? So far, though we started slow, now everyone's starting to get a little bit of a beat on each other. What can we do? What is our strategies, all that? Is there anything that stood out to you guys just after that game 1?
Well, looking at socials, and this might just be a rumor, chat, let me know if I'm wrong, but Reet and Ritual might be coached by Queasy right now. So if anyone's looking to tempo, Reet's one of the most W-key players out there, and being coached by one of the best players in EU, I mean, that's a combination.
Let's bring out the conversation of the Rift Island. We were expecting to see Bucky and Okus up there. A little bit of a switch up, though. We saw Kanata and Agers actually capture that this game, and I think it was Batman Booga, who was also up there. Didn't get there quite fast enough, though. So, like I mentioned, Kanata and Agers coming out on top of capturing that capture point. We'll have to see if that continues throughout the day.
Absolutely. Objectives will always be part of the conversation. Remember, 3 points for Revolt, 15 for Rift Island.
A lot.
I mean, so much. And especially, those have made the differences in some of our weekly qualifiers as well. So we still have a ton to talk about, but for right now, I believe it's almost that time to get back into game. If you guys are ready, I think we are as well. But really quickly, fast. One thing you want to see done differently.
I want to see more Storm Surge tags and more aggression so that we don't have Storm Surge for 5 zones.
Let's see Acorn and Cold in this endgame, dominating the low ground like they usually do.
Boom, there you go. Now, as I mentioned, games are ready to go. We are too. So we hope you guys enjoy all the action. This is game number 2 of Grand Finals.
with the first game already over. Hopefully for these competitors, those nerves, any anxious feelings are out the window because there are 11 games left.
Hey man, we saw it right there. The top 10, of course, reminiscent of players you know and love. We see everyone that we expect to be up there. Pamsu and Fats are doing well. Kanata and Agers are too. But most importantly, the Casker and Revive's win has put them 20 points ahead of the competition. Nice little cushion there.
Yeah, and one thing we noticed throughout that first game is Kanata and Agers, the first team up there. And with the capture point changes, multiple people being in it at the same time, it does speed things up. But they didn't even use that. Kanata captured it by himself. Will he repeat? We'll figure it out here because game number 2 starts right now.
Well, let's go ahead and watch it play out. We've already been extremely surprised off the early game. Coming out of game 1, Kanata Agers being completely uncontested, taking the Rift position, of course, the Rift Island away from Bucky and Okus as well. I wonder if they're just being a little more passive because it is a Grand Finals lobby. I mean, just looking and judging by the amount of players we had alive in that last game, that was an exceptional amount of players as we were around zone 7 with 70+ players still alive.
Yeah, and interesting to see that how many players are even on the island. Nobody really contested it, but a huge contestation towards Shattered Slabs yet again. Shore and Zypher were the victors after one game, and already things are turning on its side. One of them is going to go down, the trade's going to go through, and it's Pump who stands tall to win and answer back for that game 1 loss.
And well played too. Pump and DGen are clearly an exceptional team. They come in, they make it look simple. Patch and Pam were contested last game. They managed to wrap things up really quickly this time around, though. They get beat to the drop a bit. Hurt more than they would have liked, but not completely finished. You know, normally you see a team finish a fight like that. They get the tags they want, and then they push you until it's over. But no, they've backed off instead.
Just not really taking advantage of it. It's either Defiable or Scissors that contested them yet again. And that's exactly what you said. Those are those third parties. Those are those fights you just have to be able to crash at a moment's notice, but the shots just keep coming through from Virgo. Broken's moving up. They've already seen what happened here after game 1, and they're feeling confident to contest that capture point and push Pamstu and Fatch out.
Yeah, normally you're happy to find the shotgun this early in the game, but finding 2 back-to-back has really put them in a weird spot. No way for them to really fend off Virgo and Broken at range. So instead, they're looking to disengage out after looting the full barn. Not really a lot of loot to work with right now, so kind of limited on their options. As we jump on over to Bugha, completely different strategy. Big mammoth in hand, he doesn't miss. He's gonna find those tags. Now they did fall super early last game, somewhere around the middle of the pack there. Yeah. Of course, going toe-to-toe against Byla and Enpen. It just didn't work out for them.
Nah, it's one of those things where Byla just pulled out a magic trick from underneath his sleeve. And he just took it and made Bugha disappear.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, has he even missed yet? He's hit about like 240, maybe even 360 damage. I don't know what Bugha ate after that game 1, but this is the type of fire you need to come out with.
This man's fully unlocked the algorithm. He just knows what to do. He's got it. Oh, Bully's not too happy about that. Neither is Deja, Nasen, and G Money. They've all been tagged here, and another one follows up as we start to drone in. Let's watch this fight. Let's see what is going on here down in the low ground at the Steamy Springs.
Yeah, G Money and Bully towards the low ground. Nasen and Day contesting the point. Don't want to let it go for free, but the longer you contest here, the more chance you're giving Bugha and Threats to close in on the distance, and that's exactly what they're doing in the minimap. But Day, one of the more prolific fighters we've seen in so much, they have to go because Bugha, Threats, you see them right behind. They're closing in. They're ready to third party. They're ready to clean up all these points.
I really love this right now. Normally, I wouldn't, suggest the team to fight this early when you don't have to. They had the tags, but they fell early last game. They actually need the points in order to close that gap. A big play now, possibly even some eliminations could be the difference maker here to start making up for lost time. Bully's on the other side of the wall here. He's already lost his teammate. Nasen and Deja, of course, have the lead. So Threats and Bugha have to single out Bully here and find this pick. You can see Bugha on the hunt. He's noticed it. Threats coming around the side. That's it. That tells us the call-outs have been made.
Day and Nasen are still
more tag.
there. They're ready to fight back at a moment's notice. Bugha and Threats, they saw this. They got the information. They know how many teams are here. They know exactly where they're at for now, and they know how to not overstep their boundaries. You see Bugha trying to disengage. along with Threats. They got what they wanted, so now they're just trying to get on out of there.
Let's look at the movement, the ramps. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's got to a more comfortable position here. And he will still continue to hound back. What an excellent play there. Slides in, gets themselves those points. And not only that, the tags, of course, it's the most important thing to start farming this early. Acorn and Cole, of course, working on their metal here. This is the standard strategy at this point. Get it all while you can, nice and early. There's a team looking on in, though. They're not completely safe just yet, but all in all, decent performance outside of losing Cold a bit early, so Acorn's going to have to see they can make some adjustments.
Yeah, and if you remember that frenzy field, how that third party was shooting shots in, well, now you know exactly who it was and how Cold and Acorn trying to get the early game surge. Just like everybody else, you see, stacked on top, D-Roller and Noxy. Build a little bit of a sky base in the sky above Chris and Mud Hut Boy. They're just trying to get as much surge as they can without forcing too much of an altercation against anybody else. The fighting this early is very, very detrimental to some, even though others prefer it.
Here we go with OMG Me Too right now, making his move. Looking solid so far. All in all, very dangerous surrounding area. We're counting already 3 duos right behind him here, southeast. He's not worried at all right now. He's just sticking to the game plan here. This is game 2 of North America if you are just tuning in. Hitters nearby. That was Fatch and Pam's too, so we'll keep an eye on what happens there. But let's jump in with NPen and Bila, man. You saw what they did last game. Clearly they rotate out to the outskirts. Very different strategy than Bugha and Threats putting into play here.
It does look like they're just trying to take some static launch pads, get some free mobility, while they hope everybody else from Mega City North already made their rotation, so they're not going to be contested that much. And then kind of loot up whatever is left. This is also very, very similar spot to where we saw Bugha and Threats land, but you got to imagine, because they immediately went over towards Steamy Springs, there is going to be a ton of loot left by for both Bila and NPen to scavenge up.
I was hoping to watch that, like, 1 med kit left by. Who do you give it to? I wanted to see where NPen and Bila were going to decide in that moment. Like, who is the most confident of the two, or at least who believes more in the other? Could have been a fun little kind of takeaway moment there, but let's take a look at Peterbot Larson. A little fun fact, at least 1 new FNCS champion has been crowned in each of the past 3 FNCS Grand Finals. Folks are batting up and sending it home.
For Kanata, for Yamzo, for Baka Pars, there's a lot of players on that list to start the day that this would be their first FNCS championship and a first opportunity for them to kind of wield that axe of champions and celebrate along with the best. And then on top of it, you get that global championship spot secured.
Let's take a look at what's all unfolding here. There's a lot happening on our screens. For Aiden and Hound, a team that has really been building up the reputation. Slide in, end up sliding up behind our second place Pam stool. And that's what happens. You saw the tag was only 30, but guess what? It's the headshot from the Mammoth pistol that really seals the deal there.
That's something we've been seeing almost all season long since that Mammoth pistol did get introduced. If it's not the headshot, the sheer amount of damage from a 3-2-1, a body shot, and you and your teammates just quickly is able to eliminate a player, or at least displace him, kind of force him into desperation mode, and then you can clean it up from there. Miro and Cooper, we see them go very, very long into the end game. Cooper even picked up some eliminations along the way that we got a blessing to see. But for now, they've got a little bit of struggles. The Mammoth pistol, the scope shots from the MK Alpha are just slowing down their rotation a little bit.
I like it, though. Slappy Shores is not a highly contested spot on the outskirts, so, you know, got to find it where you can get it. Let's take a look at this. Bugha's way in the zone right here. He's trying to get situated.
Yep, and how has he gotten to this point? Him and Threats, we see in the beginning, but let's throw it on over to SPG to give us the whole picture.
So this is a strategy that Bugha and Threats employed during the weekly qualifiers. They went over to contested POIs, typically it was Kenjutsu, and they looked to clean those up. Game 1 didn't go well for them, so they adapted quickly and changed up their strategy to move here, quickly grab loot, and get these tags, damage the elims early. Also, they fell in 45th with 0 elims last game, and no NA champion has ever fallen outside of the top 9 and had 0 elims in the first match, so they have an uphill battle to climb.
It's very interesting. And, you know, one thing about Bugha, just looking at his history of performances, he knows a good strategy will get you to mid-game. Endgame is all about instinct, right? And he's typically paired up, and he has been paired up with exceptional players, off-the-cuff players, Muzz. Of course, we've seen his performances with Miro in the past, and them do it very, very well, but that is the story right here. Can he and Threats really dig deep, connect it all?
Wow. Acorn and Cole just fighting back and forth. And just when you thought Wavy Jacob and Notch had an opportunity to push, with Acorn being dropped so down low, Cold once again alleviates a lot of that pressure, pushes them not just back, but away from the loot that they now claim as theirs. As you can kind of see where the zone is headed, continues to move towards the north side of the map. And if you look at the mini-map, Creaky Compound is in it, which means it has a little bit of a western lean as well. So Acorn and Cold know that a rotation is going to be around the corner yet again, but at least they got some surge to go ahead and give themselves some flexibility.
Like what I'm seeing here from Ritual and Reet in 8th place, breaking their way into that top 10. Kelly is excited to see what is going to unfold with this team as they have a little extra help in their corner. Ritual's a fun player to watch. This kid can go toe-to-toe with anyone in the lobby, be happy, come out with great performances from it, as can Reet. Reet's already proven that season after season. Reet slowly matured his way into a more of an IGL role after, of course, pairing up with Epic Whale and Arkham back in West.
Speaking of West, Yuumi and Source. Yuumi, one of the former FNCS champions of West, teaming up with Source, trying to bring all that they got together and compile it into one. You can see they're moving towards the right side of the map, over towards Brutal Bastion. There is not that many teams here compared to the southern portion of the map, so if they use that launch pad right, if they count their blessings, they could find themselves on the north side, where virtually nobody is currently positioned, except for maybe 1 or 2 players that are split up from each other.
Big game touch base here with Clicks and Epic Whale. We're just making the rounds at this point. Lovely that this team is, of course, just a couple rooms apart from one another. Very much in sync this entire season as they've grown to continue to become better and better players. But Peterbot and Larson get gifted with the Rift Island right above. And teams are already starting to flock towards it, coming in by the dozen, it seems. Everyone in the vicinity flocking to the island here.
Yeah, a lot of people have made this part of their plan because of those rifts that are spread all around the jungle. They activate them around, I think, 40 seconds, a couple seconds into that third zone, and they get themselves in the high before the rift even appears typically, and then that allows them to kind of drop on top. But back-to-back games, not too many teams wanted to contest it right out of the gate. As soon as Peterbot and Larson kind of think about it as an idea, they get beat to the punch by Reet and Ritual. And the interesting thing about Reet and Ritual is they're one of the most aggressive teams. They know how to fight. And as soon as one gets there, you got Acorn and Cold, you got Poyo and Sphinx. So even though they might not necessarily be going for the capture point, this elevation here on Rift Island is going to allow them to kind of look around the map and get the surge they need.
But if you are here, you of course want to entertain the idea. Can we get this capture point and earn these additional points, of course? Ritual and Reet are here. They're here to fight. Luckily for them, they do get the brick reservoirs, one of the better sides to claim. No one wants to peek high ground, though. You see that, right?
No, I wouldn't either. If you didn't already learn throughout the weeks, through the cash cups, through just playing the game, you don't want to have to learn that lesson here in the finals. It's just very, very devastating. But then you got to worry about your mental game, trying to pick yourself back up, especially knowing you shouldn't peek around the lobby just like this. It's Acorn and Cold, they're just kind of scavenging whatever's left. They don't want to make any daring plays just yet. And that's the thing, they're 670 up. They realistically do not have to peek. They just simply have to get from one place to the next.
Ritual and Reet have decided to risk it all. Let's jump in with Rise, though. No Iamzo in sight. Where's his teammate? Oh, off to the east there. So playing a bit of a split spread right now. They do have to make their way into New Zone. But there's so many players inside the Storm here. You have to wonder that they're looking to take a fight. Something's telling them it's better to take this battle than to get to New Zone, but maybe they change their mind now as Rise gets tagged.
Interesting, everybody's kind of like planning to not really move too far. You got that one team trying to gatekeep everybody else out. As Rise Yamzo just kind of farming up. They know a rotation is going to be imminent right around the corner. They just want to make sure they have the resources, the builds to kind of shield themselves, as Chris and Mud Hut Boy barely get themselves above the damage threshold. And the damage that they just once had is easily going to healed up by those slurp pants and even Spawn as they continue to kind of tag other teams into the distance with no fear of taking too much damage because they have those heals that are infinite. They just need the timing for them to kind of get up. But with only 48 above the damage threshold, that wouldn't be a boast of confidence for me. I would kind of be looking for more.
Yeah, so is Blake and Macwood there just next door. So the tags come back. Blake finds his. Look at that. Epic Royale actually finds one in the feed as OMG Me Too gets finished and knocked out of the lobby.
Kills him around him as well. 3 plants. Every couple of seconds, they spawn back up. And for Mud Hut Boy and Chris, it's a part of their game plan, a part of their strategy. Being able to show no fear, giving them confidence. That way Surge isn't too much of a worry. Unlike Visuals, you see him preemptively popping that slurp juice, knowing he not only has to rotate, he has to worry about Surge as well. Epic Well is going to be positioned right below. Clicks is gone, so they realize what is truly at stake here if you peek or rotate at the wrong time.
Epic Whale is just an edit away from destroying Visuals. He thinks about it, figures it out, like, yup, there he is. Tries to get the follow-up. Both sides are rocking the same exact loadout, by the way. It's the Mammoth for the follow-up. Not necessarily the best follow-up, but if you can hit it, it'll do all the damage you need. Epic needs to close this out pretty quickly, though. He's in the zone, and it's really starting to add up now. Once this one closes here, we'll start approaching that big target damage. There it is. Heals come out. He says, all right, I'm going to rotate here. It's a little too much attention nearby. Yamzo finds Susker. Nice.
Hey, that one looked easy.
They needed that. Look, 18 above now. Just barely. They're just barely holding on.
Yeah, if you look at their loadout, plenty of heals, so that's not really going to be a worry for them. They know other teams are nearby. Visuals being forced to rotate away from Epic Well, trying to find a much safer haven for him to kind of land on. As Yamzo and Rise, they're just continuously looking for scraps. They're a team that's not afraid to play deep into the zone, take their time. They have multiple slurps, slap splashes as well. A lot of HP to regain at a moment's notice. Their only worry is where they're going to get the Sturge, and that's exactly why they're positioned outside of the zone, waiting for teams to rotate and try to get some free shots.
Well, the Surge has done its damage. Aiden's out. Hound is out. That's a team down. Out of the competition here. Epic Whale now stuck between Possessed and Zuko, getting pushed here. A 2v1 situation. We've already seen them fend off one opponent. Can he get the other? Zuko, a face of determination here. The comms must have come out as Possessed has said, hey, look, we got to get going here soon. 50 seconds left. We got a long way to the zone. Epic's moving in the wrong direction. This is not worth it.
Oh, it makes me wonder, is Epic going to try to go for clicks? The reboot card. He did have some heals in his inventory, so that's definitely going to be a possibility, but I like the way Zuko and Possessed are playing, using a lot of their water rotates, trying to go through unnoticed. This team right here, they are kind of my underrated pick. If it isn't a superstar, it isn't the most known team, I would pick them to kind of be towards the top of the leaderboards. They showed they have the potential as well with a top placing finish in our weekly finals of the previous 3 weeks. But right now, you can see them kind of struggling down on Surge, but they're finding a lot of those slurp plants to go ahead and regain the health that they need to hopefully stay alive longer in this match.
Let's see a quick highlight of what all unfolded too while we were inside the zone here. Mud Hut Boy, below the Surge, has to go for the fight, uses the Vine to go ahead and break the build, and then catches him down low. What a beautiful,
I like that.
Beautiful usage of the environment there, and the aggression actually pays off. 31 below, he was 300 below when we saw that highlight. And look, into the box, great tag here. Can he get the finish here? There's a lot going on here. Other teams starting to shoot in. Has to slow down for a second. Luckily, the pressure's up, but we know it's going to continue to ask questions later. So let's get the answer now.
This is big. He's really not backing down. He doesn't even necessarily need the Surge, and I don't even know where Chris is at. I don't even know if Chris knows this whole fight is going down, but that's the amount of confidence that Mud Hut Boy has. But him and Chris get separated a little bit too much. He goes down towards the backside of the zone. So now the pressure is being left all on one man, and that's the same could be said. There is about 8 solo players running around this lobby right now in a world full of duos, and with another player going down, that just increased to 9 solo players.
Yeah, Chris was in a storm there in that entire exchange right there. Mud Hut unfortunately does get taken down by the veteran Stacky here. He's been here a few more times. He knows what this is all about.
It's always just a limited time for players to begin to pick up the pace, and Stacky's doing just that. And these are good points here as a solo, much like we wanted Rise to do in that last game. Unfortunately, he goes down just a few placings shy of those placement points being able to get set in, and you saw Yamzo as a solo. It's because Rise went down not too long ago. So it's flip-flop when it comes to those roles of last game. Yamzo is being forced to pick up those solo points as Bucky and Okus. 9 times out of 18 games, they not only fought, but won that Rift Island. Just waiting for that to be a play here for them. As they start to build that confidence, they already got a knock onto one player. Bucky instantly going ahead and moving forward, trying to clean this one up. Then Casito is taking shots as well. Third party is also coming in. This is just so much for one player to handle.
That's right, but we know the gap between outside the top 15 and that top 5 is about 50 or so points, so we do have to have a big game here to be better than just placement. You have to find your eliminations if you want to make a statement. Yamzo by himself here says, hey, Monster, give me a second, dude. I got the 3. Now I just need the placement. He's in a different conversation, completely different atmosphere of play right now. Top 23. This once again becomes that make or break moment of the game. Can you just survive a little bit longer past this next zone and earn the benefits of an endgame position-worthy run? Let's watch it.
And the interesting is, it is a 2-day competition. So it all isn't lost after day number 1. You just got to give yourself a fighting chance. Keep the score respectably close, so that way when you do catch fire on day 2, like Yamzo and Rise typically do, there's not too much to overcome. As Acorn and Cold peeking through, they're going to go for a pre-edit play on the Poyo and Sphinx. You have to be careful because Poyo and Sphinx, or at least Poyo, already has taken down 2v1 on the big stage in that last major. They already got their global championship spot. Going against Acorn and Cold, who caught fire at the perfect moment. They got first place in the Cash Cup. They're just dominating with 3 wins there. They're just trying to channel that same confidence and momentum into today.
Yamzo's still rolling here, looking for any next player he can open up on. Almost dropped the ball, though. Had an open wall out to the side there as he's trying to skimp out on the builds. Got to be careful. Does it again there. It's these little plays that if someone catches you, does tend to backfire. Knifer is also by himself. He's just off to the edge there, too, front side of zone. Pump another solo. Lots of solos in this game, teams that we care about. This is the top 10 we're focusing and honing in on here. Cold is going to get taken out again, this time to the hands of Baka. Just hasn't caught a break quite yet in the last 2 rounds. He's fallen a bit early.
Org mates now turned enemies.
By the way.
This is big. This is a big opportunity. Booga's even lighting up the scoreboard as well, picking up more points. But Acorn and Cold both go down. And Epic Well as a solo. That is his 2nd elimination I've seen him pick up into this point. As Pump's just trying to outlast everybody else, looking down low. He spots towards the top. That's Reet and Ritual. Reet gets chopped down, though, trying to connect. They're separated for a few seconds. This would be the time for anybody to try to contest that height. But they waste too long. Go ahead and make that a possibility. So Reet and Ritual will hold on to that high ground.
I'm curious how many builds they got. That got broken down and then reconnected, and Reet had to use a lot of mats there, but it's Pump who's making all the chaos here. He gets Blake as well. This man doesn't stop here, and he wants to make sure he gets the full finish before, of course, this game concludes now. We're getting close to the top 15, and he is fighting for it. Another knock there happens. Here comes the big heals, gonna give him a lot of time to go and get to the next zone. There it is. He's in the front side. It's still moving, though. It's got a long way to go as it starts bouncing to the west here.
No mats, though, so he's going to have to look for another one of those cheeky refreshes that he just once had. Yamzo, Epic Well, so many solos now going down. A missed shot by Pump, and that missed shot might cost him everything as he goes down to the zone. Top 10 teams, Kanata and Agers, are once again having a consistent game, but he's feeling the pressure. Shots coming in from all directions. He gets dropped by Ritual, but it's a trade, 1 for 1. Agers fighting back, and this is a big moment for Agers to pick up some points here as a solo.
Now, he hasn't quite gotten the finish, though, so he does have to take his time here, stay alive a little longer. He has the maps to do so. Looks up to high ground, no one's up there. It's his now. Agers all of a sudden fights off Trashy, and you have to assume the comms have come through. Play for height. Agers now finds himself another elimination, and it's looking very, very ripe here for him for the taken. Booga, Threats get another endgame now, finally making a bounce back here. The adjustments have been good from game 1 to game 2, but no Threats now. It's up to Booga once again by himself here. These are all solo players. Bryce, Booga, Agers.
These are big opportunities for the points to be regained. But for Agers, this is a chance to possibly take that first place. Booga is now on the chase for Bryce. Shots coming in from above. There goes an opportunity that Booga is just going to snatch up, takes him out, and puts it to a 1v1. But Agers saw all that go down. He was surveying the field with the elevation that he just had moments ago, and now he's forcing Booga outside of the zone. He's forcing him down low and getting him to expend his build early, and this could be it with more damage from Agers going down. He is doing what he can to keep himself calm, cool, collected, and with every advantage of the book.
That's a study-worthy defensive play right there from Agers. He put everything he had to fend off Booga and send him down low because he didn't have material, and he understood that. He allowed him to get close. The run was over, but now he gets a chance to continue to fight for it. Can he climb up? No, it doesn't matter. The zone does the rest, and Agers wins in the end.
He climbs the Citadel. He puts on the crown, and he says, I'm the king of this castle, and just doesn't look back onto Booga. And that is a big game for Agers, because you've seen him at the top of the leaderboard after that first game, and now imagine where that puts him on.
Yeah, just take a look here. The timing was immaculate. He comes in when no one else is really battling for it. It seems like the material count was starting to run thin and dry in the lobby, and just like that, he swings things around. Individually, goes from 4 elims way on up, pushing the team to the double-digit marks there. Booga realizes, oh yeah, it's over. I don't have a runway to get out of here. And Agers wins the game. We haven't quite seen a win like that. We've got some very interesting 2 rounds so far at Fortnite.
Yeah, and I already kind of prefaced it just a little bit. Big opportunity for Agers and Kanata to shoot up that leaderboard and possibly take that first place point. But let's go ahead and find out for sure. I'm going to throw it over to Zeke and the gang to break it all down.
Yes, and yes, we are awake and there's chaos. My favorite time of the FNCS. Monster's right. I don't know that we've ever seen a game quite like this. We've seen games that end, you know, with terrain you can't break. But to come down like this, you know, Agers is sitting up there like, active champions, no, I'm the king. You give me my crown. I am the king of the castle.
It really showcases just how smart Agers is. You heard our casters talking about it, how he made sure to block out Booga, play such an incredible defensive play there. But obviously, we got to start from the beginning. Of course, Kanata and Agers, right off the bat, had such a good control of that low ground, mid ground as well.
Yeah, and honestly, it all comes down to this 2v2 that we kind of saw happen on the second height, actually. It was Ritual and Reet that had high ground. They ran out of mats. They decided to make a play. Unfortunately for them, it was Kanata and Agers they were making a play on. Agers comes out on top of that and somehow just finds himself up on the high ground as well. So great awareness out of him. And listen, I've talked about it multiple times, by the way, how good this Mythic Flapjack is at applying pressure. And Agers just pretty much put that on full blast right there in this endgame, because that's pretty much where he got a majority of those eliminations from. And by the way, I mean, 8 by himself, that's incredible.
That's pretty good.
Pressure can be intense, right? Especially when you have something like that Mythic Flapjack. It just feels like, what do I do? Where do I go? I can't even build because there is a hailstorm of bullets coming my way. But again, Agers and Kanata, remember, not only looking for their spots globals, they're both looking for that active champions. They want to hold it high. Let's take a look at our standings, though. I want to see how things are going after 2 games.
I mean, with 13 eliminations and grabbing that first place spot, of course, they're going to be in first place. But Bryson Chubbs actually did a pretty good job as well, and I love to see it. Ritual and Reet in 3rd place. And I actually was correct. Look at Queasy's socials. He is, in fact, coaching Ritual and Reet.
Wow, interesting stuff, because I've seen Ritual and Reet go for the Rift Island during week number 3, which is actually why I went ahead and put them in that top 10 to qualify for Globals, because I like the way that they were playing. And that game right there, we saw them go for it, so I like that out of them.
Yeah, and Adrian and Kanata, obviously, we saw them grab the objective for game number 1. But we have to talk about the king of Fortnite himself, Bugha, having an incredible run there in the solo, holding it down, making it to second place. And unfortunately, when you get to the end game and there's a giant wall in your face, there's not much you can do.
I like the fact that you mentioned that he went on a great run this game because, yeah, he lands all the way at the bottom of the map, and we're all the way up at the Citadel. So a run is definitely what they had to do this game. But I talked about it. The experience is there. He knows how to make these type of rotations. And by the way, if you forgot, because he is so smart and good at the game, he also has the mechanics to back it up, which is why we saw him actually clutch out that second place.
Yeah, lots of solo clutches again in this game. We also saw Epic Whale, who was a solo for quite a while, which is kind of funny because Clix was the one that was constantly a solo throughout the weeks. Epic Whale this time grabbing a few eliminations himself, although we don't yet see them in our top 10 leaderboard.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Before we take a look at our top 20, there's 2 things I want to point out here on the list. We'll come back to it. Just kidding. Bugha and Threats, 13th place, up 37 places. This is why you will hear me talk about this anytime we're talking about Fortnite. You don't know how it's going to end until that last game. One game moved them up 37 places. Imagine if they kept this consistency going and going.
I mean, they just might. It's Bugha and Threats. They got 5th place last major. A lot of people, for whatever reason, I don't know, people like to say that Bugha's washed, even though he has the best performance in the last 3 years together. And then once again, they proved it last major by getting 5th place. So he's just showing that he's still the king.
Let me just mention real quick, this 11th through 20th is actually crazy because everybody has their prediction list, and the names that are here right now, everybody would have suspected to be 100% in the top 10 by now. I mean, Aviv and Skittles, Acorn and Cold, Baka and Pars, Clix and Epic. The list goes on, and for some reason, they just happen to be on this side of the leaderboard instead of in that top 10.
Yeah, if we just changed the numbers and said, yeah, this is your top 10, I'd be like, yeah, seems great to me. Absolutely, I believe you. We can't forget 19th place, Clix and Epic Whale, of course. Community hopes that these guys win it all. Now, I did want to kind of highlight here for a moment, some players are looking to refine their Storm Surge strategies, right? And Bucky and Okis, they have a little bit of a strategy that involves being really, really way up there, huh, Vivid?
Yeah, exactly. And before we dive a little bit into that Storm Surge, right, Bucky and Okis struggling so far. We haven't seen them up on that Rift Island yet, and that's just simply because it hasn't spawned near them yet. They have a strategy that is pretty based around the fact that Rift Island can spawn in certain locations, and they're just kind of waiting for it to spawn near them, which is why we see Bucky build up here. But the reason this position is so good is because, well, look at this. He's built up. He's waiting for Rift Island to spawn, and he could just get so many Storm Surge tags at the same exact time.
Yeah, look at this tower at what the view that they have of pretty much everywhere else. Unfortunately, their view too is how far away that island is. So that might be part of the reason why they weren't able to grab Rift Island.
And the reason we love Rift Island so much, outside of the points you get from it, the loot you get from it, but it's also a very high elevated piece of land, which is why you could see, hey, look, all these teams realize that Reet and Ritual kind of beat them to it, but they're like, you know what, let's still commit to it because it is such a good position for Storm Surge. We can see the likes of Acorn and Cold up here, Polo and Sphinx, Peterbot and Larson, like all of those top teams know that that Rift Island is still worth it to go up to.
It also gives a lot of these teams a great opportunity to rotate with those launch pads that's on Rift Island, so giving them an easy rotate into the next zone.
Yeah, and as we come back to the standings, one point I want to make really, really quickly. Take a look here at our top 10. Remember, top 10 at the end of the 2 days will go on to the Global Championships. Pollo and Sphinx here in 6th place. They already have their spot. So if everything stops right here, we say, well, you're in. It doesn't go to top 10. Now it goes down to the 11th place to try and find another duo, right? Iamzo and Rise in 8th place. Another duo looking for their spot at Globals. This is, I feel like, this is going to come down. This is going to be coming down to the wire. It's going to be a nail biter.
Something I want to mention there, though, is that we do have those extra bonus points, and a lot of the teams in our top 10, I don't know if this is just an issue with the point system or something, but barely anyone on there has the weapons cache, so that's an interesting fact right there.
Oh, interesting. Listen, I'm looking for one of those Iamzo and Rise type games. So far, they have had to make pretty far rotations from their drop spot, and as we already know, they do have to hang around their drop spot to make sure that they actually can capture that vault. So maybe the fact that they do have to wait around for it, they kind of got to wait to a zone pools at them to make it, you know, the most worth it.
Here's to hoping, but I know what you want. It's more games. Our casters are standing by, so let's just jump back into it. This is more of the FNCS.
This is it, the last game before the halfway point on the day. And the last chance really to kind of hone your game plan, because the last 9 games throughout this tournament is going to have to be go time for these competitors.
That's right. Up at the top, though, Aegis and Kanata, 50 points ahead of the competition means that they are roughly a cushion, full game worth of, across the competition, which is massive. Bryce with that 3rd place in the end game. Huge surprise. I didn't expect that one.
Yeah, a lot of our players that you didn't really expect are just rising up to the occasion and taking what they think is theirs. Game number 3 is ready, and will that trend continue?
Well, we're gonna have to find out here. I can't see the future, neither can the competitors, so hopefully, to Vivid's point, Yamzo Rise get a little bit of zone favor. It seems like the last 2 have been a bit of a struggle for them to piece the puzzle together. Now, there are, of course, levels to this. There are early game battles happening everywhere. The last game, Thatch and Pam still got contested a little early. I would say gimped out of the loot that they were probably looking for, and it played out on the standings. They have fallen about 6 or 7 or so slots down to that 2nd page when they were up inside of the top 3. Here's Chubbs and Bryce. They've been competing for close to 3 or 4 seasons now, back to back to back. It's well over a year of partnership. We talked about this early fight. Pamps and Thatch seemingly unlucky at this time as they get contested, but another team comes in and Defiable fights back. And already now they have rocketed their way up as he just completely decimates Broken there, who had, I don't know what kind of game plan idea, but it didn't work out.
I'm still just shocked. I think Scissor just got back-to-back mammoth shots to open up the first 2 eliminations over at Frenzy Fields. Down went Pamso, down went Thatch. I just can't believe what I witnessed. Sometimes all it takes is that one opportunity. Knifer and Snacky, a little bit of replay of how getting their games warmed up. You've seen them win off spawn in Game 2, and they repeat that here in Game 3.
Nero and Cooper looking solid here as well. 86 points to start things off. Slappy Shores is uncontested, but they have somewhat of a visitor who's sniping away some of that southern loot.
Interesting to see how long they'll kind of let that last. I think they don't really have too much of a say. Teammate is probably even more south. A little bit of a split drop between the two to try to give them as much chance to get the best loot as possible. Kanata and Agers over towards the racetrack. A little bit of Yamzo and Rise kind of sneaking into their territory, trying to gobble up some of that loot as well. And that's just kind of the name of the game. If you're daring enough to cross into somebody else's loot pad and take a loot, then why not?
When Agers helping pad the records of Kanata. That Game 2 was officially his 12th victory royale in a Grand Finals. If you take a look at the history of Kanata's Grand Finals performances, he has maybe only once in a major fallen outside the top 10, but I could be wrong. I think he actually has 0 outside of the top 10 performances, but hasn't quite gotten the championship just yet. So that's, of course, what he's fighting for.
Yeah, and you know, at this point, I think Kanata says it's not enough to just make it to the Grand Finals. It's all about committing and winning it all. As Epic is actually going against said Kanata over onto the distance. An early game skirmish between the two that you wouldn't have necessarily expected. But with Kanata dropping down, he probably has in the back of his mind, it's too early to fight. Got to go ahead and drop off. But what they're fighting for right there, Monster, wasn't loot at all. It was that position on the mountain for Storm Surge. And that's the thing, landing at Mega City, landing towards the racetrack, you don't always get the best chances for Surge.
Well, the real question is, if Kanata rotates out, is Epic Oil going to give him a hard time? Have to find out. Here's back with Bully and G-Money. This is a fight that we, of course, seen last game, not in the favor of Bully nor G-Money and everyone else, as Booga, of course, has jumped in with threats, and they're doing the same exact thing right here. The map is telling us that they're edging their way closer and closer, since this fight is going to continuously break out every single game. I talked about it. For Booga, like his entire history of FNCS games has been built around great strategy. He just builds a good strategy. He puts himself in an uncontested POI outside of where other players are fighting and then just farms them.
Yeah, and this is exactly why, if you guys watched the earlier games on EU, Steamy Springs was quite uncontested almost altogether because of the two massive mountain ridges that kind of encapsulate Steamy Springs. It's a very, very risky thing to put yourself into game after game, and you can see Bugha just, the awareness is just amazing. He goes ahead and sneaks in while they're fighting, realizes they disengage, backs up into the same position they were in before just to tag these players for surge. They know exactly when to go forward and when to slow things down.
Yeah, everyone here and now making those micro adjustments, but for Nasen and Deja, they of course feel like this is a fight that they can win, so they're starting to put the pressure back on, which inevitably starts turning the gears of threats in Bugha. They also turn their attention back into this area here, but let's jump in with Pledge, just putting shots down onto Blake and Macwood. Macwood already finished here. Blake's a solo. He's in between Zeus and Jylix. Has not been looking too good for them here. They've been on the losing side of the fight for the last 2 games here.
I think Blake was ready for this, especially kind of listening to his interview. You know, the potential for that third party, even fourth party, because last game it was Penta and Teeks. This game it's Zeus and Jylix, and you can see more players towards the south. The Lonely Labs even having some exchanges, a little bit of words they have for one another. But see, the fight is for that capture point overall, which has already been taken by 20 and Pledge, as they continue to try to put that pressure onto their opponents, but it can only do so much because he only has 9 medium bullets left in his Flapjack. Now he switched on over to his Mammoth, and this is where he's going to take his time and try to finesse the situation.
No, but instead he goes in, looks for the shotgun opener, and he gets exactly what he wanted. That's another shield crack. This officially puts him at 2 for the game. Hold up. That's his wall. What's he going to do about it? The hesitation, misses an opportunity to find a huge tag, but he doesn't quite have the shield, so not looking to be predictable here. Gets his teammate, of course, 20, putting the pressure on. The shots here from the opponent looking good. Come on, Pledge, you only need one more, son. Can you hit it? It doesn't look like he's going to find that chance, so he backs out.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to be careful. Even though they do have Zeus on very low HP, potential for Jylix to pop off, and kind of back-to-back one-shots depending on what he has in his inventory. Yes, both a Havoc and a Mammoth, so in theory, it could be 2 quick one-shots. Takedown for 20 and Pledge, and that would kind of call it game for them as they continue to fight for that piece control. You can see Pledge just getting out of there along with 20, reuniting in the same box. They realize it's not worth it at this stage because they have no shields, and they realize the dangers that they're putting themselves in if they continue to stay in that position.
Yep, that's it. Smart disengage here. No reason for them to stick around. We all know that when you don't have the shields, you've already kind of lost your surprise advantage, and you've given the team a chance to bounce back. There's no reason to stick it out. So I commend them for continuing to play the game on and trying to look for other opportunities to bounce back.
Yeah, you can see what Cooper and Miro, they land towards Slappy Shores, a little bit of contested. Now they're looking in the distance. Miro by himself. That's Job Piece and User. They've already taken down both Teeks and Penta at the start of this game, so they got double the loot. So they can fight it if it does come down to it. And Miro knows not to bite off more than you could chew at any occasion. He's just trying to get out of there. He knows Miro is watching his back as well. So a little bit safe for him kind of rotate in the open like he is, because if they peek on the other side, that's when Miro will come in.
Yep, it's very smart play. Cooper and Miro, of course, lining up for one another. Here's Batman Bugha. We haven't seen their early game just quite yet. We know this Mega City's an interesting one, of course. In the past, there's been success of playing these high city areas, but right now it's a little more difficult to do.
Because they open the vault, they get 3 points for their total on the side of Batman, Bugha, and Rapid, plus all that loot that they just gained, trying to give themselves a much better end game. I'm gonna jump on board with Notch and Wavy Jacob.
Yeah, very, very cool to see competitive continue to evolve, the new ways to earn points.
Yeah.
These objective-based opportunities outside of course, playing well, making it to endgame, finding your eliminations. Speaking of which, if Wavy Jacob had a Mammoth pistol right there,
doing lights out.
I don't know who he was shooting at for a second, but it wouldn't have been nice.
So if you have a loadout, are you taking triple heals or are you taking the Mammoth?
I'm going triple heals, shock, and Mammoth. I do like the loadout. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I've seen a few players run that already, and it kind of be fruitful because you got the distance from the Mammoth.
This is, of course, keeping in mind if I also had the skill set of a professional player. That's like my disclaimer. Now, if I'm just regular me, no. I'm doing the Ager strategy. Give me the tactical spam. Give me the AR, you know, all that good stuff.
I might even take 4 heals.
That's another take on it, for sure.
What you need, Rise? What you need, Yams? I got a little bit of everything in my back pocket. One of the teams that everybody looked at as the favorites to take it all. They had the most top 5 finishes of any duo during our weekly finals, a total of 8. 2 different first places in week 1 and week 2 as well. Really set the standard going into this FNCS.
And hey, look, right now they're in 9th, right? Their first game netted them inside top 6, which is a very great performance. Last one, not as great, but still very good. They're in the conversation. They can keep up that pace. It'd very well be just consistent enough to end closer to the top to win this whole thing.
Let's see what time it is now. 3rd zone. Rift Island coming up shortly as everybody is just kind of eyeing, trying to see exactly where it's going to be positioned at. Is it something worth fighting for? You can kind of see it. I know it's very, very small, a couple of pixels. The edge of the zone is in this direction. So we are going to keep moving towards the west overall. Kind of centered up when it comes to it as Muzz and Paper, trying to learn from past games' mistakes. Continue to put the pressure on, build up that Storm Surge, because in a finals lobby that is this stacked, you don't want to be lacking on Surge, forced to jump into somebody's box in which you otherwise wouldn't.
Speaking of which, Aiden and Hound had that exact problem last game. They were taken out by the Storm Surge. This game, the adjustment's been made. Steamy Strings is a full-on fight here against Deja. Jumps into Deja Vu's box and takes him out. Down goes Day there. Well played, Aiden and Hound. I like to see this. I like to see the adjustments. I like to see, hey, we made a mistake last game. We're a little too passive. Let's go ahead and you know, make that difference. Let's go fight a team in the mid game. We absolutely should find one. And when the chance presents itself, all of a sudden here, they were just running through Nelson and Dead.
Spraying in through the builds. They know if, I don't think they have the potential to one shot on the other side, or at least for now. The longer they stay in the zone, that potential is slowly, surely going to rise. So Aiden's just doing what he can. Not too many heals left between the two, so they're going to force to use their slap splashes. At least that's going to give them a lot of time to kind of sprint, get into a better spot if they can disengage, because you could see a 3rd team is rotating, and they're going to beat them to the punch and possibly hold them out later in the game.
Everything looking pretty red right now. Fresh builds everywhere. Can they break through it? Don't quite find him, and Aiden and Hound have somewhat lost the steam here. I wonder if they're deciding they want to get out right now. Nawson ratting through the builds. Yep, pretty much tells them, yeah, let's go ahead and move on out. And they find a team off in the distance here. Nawson now doing exactly what any sneaky player should do. Make it that much more difficult. Now those Medmis heals there are going to give the visual to, of course, Aiden and Hound. That might have been a small misplay, but we'll see.
They can only stay on this side of the zone only so long before it's almost a net loss for both of them. So continue to push in, and for Bryson Chubbs, it's very, very great to see them doing so well up until this point, especially with a lobby full of household names. But I'm going to throw it on over to SPG to show us how are they doing so well in these games.
I was questioning that myself, Jacob, so I went in and watched and saw what they were doing. Instead of farming materials, they're getting just wood and brick early on, and then they're going to try and play for their combat cache. They're focusing Storm Surge early, playing for that combat cache for the metal, and that's leading to their success. These guys are crushing it right now, and expect to see more from those two.
Thank you so much, Somebody's Gun. And Chubbs and Bryce are, of course, in 2nd place right now, based off of their last 2 game performances. The first was just a overall balanced performance. The second was a huge top 3 finish with a couple eliminations, which is exactly what you're looking to achieve here in a day 1 type of performance. But all right, let's get back over here, the place where everyone wants to be. Peter Bart and Lawson are one of the few teams to go and start claiming up the Rift Island. That, of course, bounces its way around the town.
Did you give him your strategy? We talked about the loadout. Now he has the Monster D-Face loadout.
That's the good one right there. That's where I want to be.
This is what it would look like if either one of us were probably good at Fortnite, but...
Yeah, I'd just easily walk around the corner like Chubbs. I'd see a team fighting. Ding! Bye-bye, D-Gen. That's exactly what I would do. Just like that. Not even D-Gen can stop me.
That's exactly what SPG was talking about. They're not necessarily farming up They're farming players for Surge, and they're stealing their loot away because when we last saw him going for that weapon cache, he had little to no metal. Now he has over 400. Bryce probably has the same. The only worry for me in their game plan is their Storm Surge. With the way they've been using the Mammoth pistol, it's almost not too much of a worry for me.
You know, I put a little thought into my replay package, the caption on the bottom. It's so easy, even a Fortnite commentator monster could do it. Just like that.
Giving me confidence now. I have to play some games right after this. As Clix and Epic well playing a little games. And now they repay for it just a little bit, but you can see right now the importance in which the order he's using it. Instead of using the slurp juice to get HP and shields, he realizes those are important later on in the game when you don't have time to pop a big pot, when you don't have time to pop the minis, and you're forced to run. So it's very, very imperative, if you have the option, to save those as long as possible.
Definitely, you want to min-max at every opportunity possible. That's why even, you know, as early as time, we've seen players do exactly what Japisa and User are doing here. Not quite finished trees, right? When you break them all the way, the little, the dust that kicks up the tree grass, right? The animation, you can see they're not even breaking the trees. So there are little steps that you make to start becoming a min-maxer, right? Like our professional players are. Really doing everything in their power to play their best game possible. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, and they picked a good spot out of the zone as well. You see how many players are congested on this side. Everybody else on that right side of the map doesn't have too many players to run into because that's exactly where the zone was pulling. This is the first time it pulled towards the west from where it's at. So positioning has to be perfect, and you can see Acorn and Cole just eyeing players into the distance. Little do they know, it is Clix, it is Epic well. So it won't be as easy of a target as they might possibly think it is at the moment.
Not at all. We've already seen Clix and Epic Whale take on Kanata this game, pushing them out. We didn't quite tune back in with Kanata or Ager, so I wonder if they even made it out or what their surge situation is looking like. Because right now we got Bryce and Chubb who clearly are having a bit of a problem here. 86 below the surge threshold. This is the first time we've seen them have a difficult time in a game this early. They are in second, so there is no time to waste here. Can't lose the momentum. Gotta be careful though, the edit was open. It's a double peek. We all know you don't do that. But of course, he has Chubbs here to back him up. They end up coming in, finding a few tags, and another one to follow up. It's Snacky here.
Not only were they fighting multiple players, multiple teams, they were fighting against Storm Surge, and I got your answer. I saw Agers in the feed. They are alive. I don't know if they're well though, so don't quote me on that one. Bryce and Chubbs, they just continue to whittle away at opponents, but they're flirting with that Storm Surge line. They were above, now they're below, they went above, and they just need to continue to stay proactive. The thing is, now they have to fight against Surge while rotating across the map because this is going to be a drastic pull.
And normally I'm against the team trying to heal it out and letting the rest of the lobby determine whether or not they stay alive here. So I like that they're fighting right now. I think it is the better play, but something tells me that maybe it's better to just rotate and just see what happens. Take your chances this time around. And there it is. More tags come in from the distance. Bryce is hurt. Chubbs is hurt. They do have a lot of heals. I'm about to use it, don't lose it philosophy, but they're risking it all here to try and get safe right now. And it is so far working.
He's trying to use the mud while he does have it. He has to try to get this quick of a rotation. His toes touch the water though. The mud goes away. He doesn't have time.
He didn't have time.
He needs to go more towards the right. That's where the zone, in theory, is moving just a little bit slower. And at least I like the thought. He knew he was going to go down. He knew he was lost. He was just trying to get some damage. That way, Chubbs has a better chance of survival. But with nothing being grabbed, a turn and burn out of nowhere coming in from Ritual like a lighthouse, they gave away their position.
And that's exactly what we were emphasizing on right there. Is it time to heal yet? Is it time now? It's getting a little close and see what happens there, but let's jump in with Polio and Sphinx here. 2 eliminations so far, well above the surge threshold. Still has pretty decent amounts of material, but you can tell a struggle of the game has been had. No heals here, already through half of that heavy mat. And Sphinx gets punished big time. There goes the minis coming out of Sphinx. Do they have any kind of slurp juice here? Any kind of big white heal? They don't. Instead, they're looking into the augments. What can they find here? Nothing.
Hopefully, I'm thinking they might have Splash Party in their back pocket, but they don't because
the
then they
bush
would use it.
I don't know, dude.
Maybe Shrub Mud, give themselves the mud effect. But if they are in a bush, the hard part for me is every player in this lobby now has to be thinking 2, 3, 4 steps ahead because where the zone is pulling, it's on the edge of a mountain. If that one continues to climb, it's going to be hard for players that didn't save some of those resources or at least think about what's going to happen here in the future. The Poyo and Sphinx, I don't even think they have the luxury to think that far ahead because right now they're thinking about how are we going to get heals, how are we going to get the Siphon, how are we going to get anything while we still have to rotate.
Well, you're so close to finding exactly what he's looking for. A big knock, potential headshot here. Most of the players he's targeting don't really have as much HP. There is any kind of opportunity that can open up here, but while this is all going down here, it's a great time to continue to catch up as Ritual and Rhea, of course, have been continuing their fight too. They find Epic Whale. Look at this. No clicks nearby. Slide on in, get inside the box, finish it up. D-Roller's there, hurt as well. They just continue to march their way on through.
The decent performances from Clicks and Epic Whale. That shutdown is going to put a little bit of a speed bump on their road to the top as Kanata just over peaks. It's Reet and Ritual yet again. Ager's wasting no time getting Kanata back up, and that's a huge plus. Unfortunately enough, he's going to be stuck at 150 effective shield and HP. That's Kanata, who actually got that last shot onto Reet before he goes down as they continue to ride that wave of momentum. They're already in first place by about 50 or so points, and they're looking to extend their lead. This is a 2-day competition, and it's very, very important for them to not play with their food at this point in the game.
That's absolutely true. Let's take a look at this play here. Make sure they put those slab juices down there like, hey, look, we got a long rotate to make. I know we're at max health, but I'm trying to get there. All the stamina they need to make a really good rotate. Ooh, they find Clarity G right behind them. Little do they know, that's big competition right there. They have the elims, they have the tags they need. It's all about getting safe now.
Everybody just trying to run as fast as they can from one spot to the next. Miro, those shots are very, very important because now he's going to get a little bit of speed boost with every shot that he does hit as he continues to just run in front of everybody else. You don't want to get stuck behind. One of the farthest pulls he's been granted with only 16 HP. He can't even take too many ticks of the zone, but it's actually in the distance. A player who takes him down, sneaks that shot away.
All the credit to Miro there, recognizing, like, listen, I know this is a solo in my tail right now. We're just a tag away from getting those extra points. Unfortunate. Booga and Threats find themselves in the high ground. Wait a second now. Really, really changing up the script here after game 1.
Big opportunity for them, but again, these pulls, these zone pulls, you have to be careful because those mountaintops, they kind of cave in. They get even higher. It's just like a roller coaster ride that these players are going to have to go through. Rise and Yamzo, they probably sense that, and they're sticking to the game plan they've set all season long. Why be that high ground team when you could just dominate on the low ground? And they're setting themselves up if a lot of these players try to fight for any bit of elevation. It's Cold and Acorn, they're trying to figure out what's next for them. Plenty of slap splashes to not only heal up, but give themselves that little bit extra on the tactical sprint as their only mobility.
Other big teams are show up right now. Paper is still in this game. I caught a glimpse at Baka and Pars. Let's not forget what they can do. They let loose. Peterbot still alive right now. The big disruptor here finds a solo underneath him, tries to find a tag. Doesn't quite connect. There's just stomping happening everywhere. This is the elevation we talked about. It is now quickly declining right off the high ground here on into some new low ground territory. Peterbot has to make a move here.
Doing such a good job, almost going through unnoticed until he becomes a focus of not ultimate high ground, but a couple layers up ahead, and some of those shots are going to go through. Peterbot already has 5 eliminations. The possibility to pop off and pick up a Siphon is looming around any corner. And he knows there's one team behind him, but it's Yamzo. It's Rise, and a huge 122, but they try to break into the box, and they make that one look easy as they take down Peterbot.
Definitely a big finish right there. Brings them on up to 121. Boogan Threat still chilling on the high ground here. Coasting alongside. Meanwhile, Ager's left by himself here. Kanata finished to the outskirts, to the hands of Duke there. Big tag here to counterfire back. Heals have to come through. There it is. Picks up a little bit of material. Yes, some time, but not much to work with. What's the play here? Yeah, I was going to say, why quiet way. You really have to get going. And he tries to wait it out to get any kind of extra points possible. Age is now in 70% HP here. The big edit comes in from the low ground. Little does he know, you just sneeze on him, and he's gonna fall. No more mats, that's it. Agers might have to think about breaking down or sliding across. He doesn't know what he wants to do. Instead, he's gonna walk. Nice and slow, goes for the 180. Doesn't find the tag, though. Instead, it's Cold and Acorn here, cooking on the mid-ground. Player on the left side, Cold makes the edit. He is just so clean with it.
Yeah, it's Baka on the other side that landed that shot. Cold healing up, getting ready to try to gain some elevation. Only a few teams left in this. Batman, Booga, and Rapid are trying to beat him with a punch on the other side. But the Kings at the top of the castle, Booga and Threats are just eyeing every opponent below, waiting for the moves to be made as Baka finally goes down. Acorn picks up that elimination, and now we get into our final four.
A little big problem here for Threats, though. He doesn't have any AR ammunition.
Oh, no.
Can't get any from Booga either, so it's running thin on the high ground. On the low ground, but no, Batman Booga falls down. Acorn finds another one too. They're just cleaning up house here, and Cold has been taken out. There goes the finish. That's exactly what he needed. Goes back on over, and just a little bit better than Jylix. They're smarter with the movement and Threats. Like we said before, he barely had anything. It's gonna come down to the shotgun play. Booga finds one. Back-to-back, their second and now first place finishes.
Yeah, and right now you can kind of go ahead and think all the way back to when the game started. All those mammoth shots from Booga to build up the Storm Surge. They were able to smoothly sail to the high ground, and from there, they just let the entire lobby do all the heavy lifting for them.
Hey, take a look. Look, right here. Bam, they had that high ground. We were already starting to begin the conversation. Hey, is it worth playing from this high up? Down off the elevation, they decide, hey, you know what, we're gonna take our chances. It bounces back, and the moment it does that, it was everything that they needed. And it really could have gone any other way, though. There was no medium bullets, right, on this high ground team here. Threats and Booga really had to go down there and play together when typically you send just one player down, so hopefully for them.
Yeah, a little bit of a quiet game, but at least they solidified it with the victory royale. But Kanata and Agers have lasted long yet again. We know they're in first. It's almost looking like a battle for second place, but I'm gonna go and throw it on over to Zeke and our analyst to break it down and show us that leaderboard.
Game number 3 has come to its conclusion. That means we only have 3 more games before we call day 1 done. Whew. Now, I like what I liked about this game. Booga and Threats, they're playing height like last season. Remember the kinetic blades? Remember how high you could get, how easily you could test high ground? You had to build up past a certain layer. Booga and Threats are like, why don't we just do that again?
Well, it definitely helps that they also had that big hill towards that ninth zone to be able to build up on for height. So I think that's part of the reason that we're seeing it. It wasn't a callback to the last season.
Or was it?
Helps that they have that big hill. Helps that they have the big brain Booga on their team. I mean, I honestly can't believe how well they have done in game number 2 and game number 3, considering how far north they have actually had to come. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be surprised because I've been talking about how experienced he is with those long rotations, but this was just clinical stuff. I mean, NA has been searching for high ground authority, a high ground identity, and the fact that Booga and Threats are taking advantage of it in this game means that I'm excited for the ones to come.
I also think those rotations allow them to get Storm Surge, and by able to getting easy Storm Surge, they're able to hold those heals, and that's exactly what we saw in the end game right there. So it's actually kind of helping them and benefiting them, unlike what we've seen before, where the middle teams in the middle of the map have kind of had an easier go at it. It seems to be a kind of a flip situation.
Yeah, the meta within the meta of the competition itself. That's what we typically see during Fortnite competition. Of course, what I like to see, those standings. Let's take a look together. I want to see how things are unfolding here. 3 games down, 3 more to go. Who sits at the top? Of course, Agers and Kanata. I'm not surprised. Real quick tip, if you have not seen it yet, go to social media and look up Kanata's reaction to winning his game. You won't be disappointed. Now, of course, friends, 234 points. Vivid, what's the math between first and second?
It's going to be 73.
Thank you, Vivid. Quick math. That's what he is here. My gosh, a massive lead. I thought the lead in EU was nuts. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, I was worried, okay? All week, right, I've been doing the prep work. I've been watching the VODs. I'm like, you know what? Listen, I think Kanata and Agers are going to be the ones to win it. And then I found out yesterday that they're going to be contested. And I'm just like, man, like, really? And now they're uncontested and they're at the top of the leaderboard, and I'm ecstatic.
And just grabbing so many eliminations as well. It's not just the fact that they're making it to the end game time and time again, but they are just controlling this low ground. And they're doing it not by staying at the front of zone, which is what we typically see, but staying behind everyone. And yes, it can be a little risky, just like what we saw from Kanata dropping right there. But when you got Agers on deck, he's going to be able to hold it for a little bit, getting 6 eliminations in that game.
You know what? You were just talking about it, right? The meta within the meta of the lobby. We haven't really seen much from Yams on Rise, and usually we see them dominating on the low ground. But right there, we saw Kanata and Agers get a lot of their points that game from the low ground. And honestly, you got to kind of think about it. If Yams and Rise were alive in that end game right there, maybe they would have played a factor in shutting them down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and we can't forget, this is a duo that is looking to try and make a spot in Global Championships. Remember, they just barely missed out back in Major 1. So for Yams and Rise, they would love to just close out Grand Finals. Not only that top 10, but if they could also go as far to get the overall win, that would be huge.
And it's pretty crazy because we're not seeing too different of a strategy from what we saw in the earlier weeks. They're able to utilize their early start. They're able to grab that vault, able to get those points, as we can see with the Mythic Flapjack right here. They don't have as many heals as we've seen before, so I'm wondering if they're having issues grabbing all of those combat caches. But still, not the worst game that we've seen from them yet. Going down, I believe, in 8th place in this game, so doing all right.
Yeah, I mean, still got to, find their stride. And like I mentioned, want to see them on that low ground, dominating with those pressure rifles that they have. But that zone pulled a little bit more towards POI, and I'm excited because they were able to actually make it into the end game, which is what I mentioned. Their drop shot can be a little iffy sometimes when it makes those far rotations.
I also do want to remind everyone that we talked about this at the start of the show. Yamzo and Rise are notoriously lackluster in day 1. We've seen them get, I think, 13th and then 9th place in days 1. And then after that, day 2 is where they come out of the park swinging.
Absolutely. I just keep looking at this list and just look at these names, man. Booga up 11 places. And I like that we kind of talked about Yums and Rise. We can't forget they're now climbing up that top 5. But look just below, Acorn and Cold, a duo that already have a spot to Global Championships. Remember, maybe you're just tuning in, you missed out. If a duo, we're looking for the top 10 to move on to Global Champions. If a duo that is already qualified ends up in that top 10, we're then shifting down a spot. So this could be both kind of good, but also kind of bad.
Whew.
Yeah, but I mean, like, listen, top 10, Muzz and Paper are finding themselves up in there. Kind of an underrated duo this season. I'm excited to see them performing today because, Muzz, we've talked about it multiple times. The 3X, it would be so cool to see him at Globals.
Especially because he has the Oceania champions. He's got the NA East champions. So being able to win NA Central, would that make him a 3 regional winner? Does that count?
I make it a 4.
Sure.
Technically NA.
We'll say here right now, yes.
Okay. That is the vivid seal of approval. Okay, so now halfway through the competition, how are we feeling about the competition so far? I feel like one of the things we're noticing is a couple duos seem to be dropping Mammoth pistols, right? We're seeing duos go for height. They're prioritizing the Flapjacks. We've seen less of Mammoth pistols. Why do you think?
True, and honestly, I think I noticed this the most actually in week 3, and now that's just transferring over into Grand Finals. And I got to give a big shout out to that strategy because Iamzo and Rise were the ones that, were carrying those Mythic Flapjacks into the end game. I feel like a lot of these teams VOD reviewed them, saw how much potential it had in the end game to kind of just ruin every other duo's game in that sense, and then just pick up so many eliminations off the back of it that a lot of other teams have been like, you know what? Let's do the same.
And that's what it's about. It's about the potential. When you come down to the end game, you want that Flapjack to just tear down through builds. You, of course, are going to need the Havoc Punk to be able to eliminate players quickly. And when you get to the end game, the Mammoth isn't going to be as utilized as it is in the early to mid game, grabbing those Storm Surge tags.
I love it. I love it. The way we watch Fortnite evolve game to game. And to think we still have 3 more to go. How much more could we see change? How much more could we see change into tomorrow? The possibilities are absolutely endless.
I mean, I don't know about that. I think there's like a limit to the changes, possibly.
I'm still looking for any of these duos to kind of really find their stride, right? I feel like we haven't seen anybody perform the strategy that they thought they would consecutively throughout the first 3 games. So I'm still looking for those pop-off performances that we know that this level of caliber player can do.
We've already seen 4 teams try and take Rift Island. I want to see 7.
Okay.
Wow, 7. All right, speaking of lucky number 7, none other than our casters are ready to go. We are now about to hit game number 4. Guess what? Give a big welcome to Monster D-Face and the best dancer I've ever seen, Jacob PR.
This is where I catch the mic and Jacob would have did a dance. I was wondering if he was, but it looks like we're gonna keep things a little chill up here. We're moving into game 4. Hit him with the bachata, a little Spanish sauce there. But what are we looking at right now? Kanata Agers, of course, starting to really take off here.
Yeah, I feel like this is something they've been alluding to in their game plan. I talked about them in one of the pieces that Fortnite put out. Progressive placements through the weekly finals, 8th, 4th, and that eventual first. And that's just confidence. That's just building on the blueprint in which they set out. And I feel like game number 4 is going to be no different.
Well, let's watch it. Let's see if it's all going to happen here. And now, this is finally, again, something a little different here. The bus is starting to split across the opposite direction. We're on the back half of the games here. Let's see it play out. If you're up at the Shady Stilts, the Breakwater Bays are pretty happy right now. They're going to have that additional opportunity to get upgraded loot early on. Should allow them to speed up their rotate strategies here. But I mean, already this is where you're really starting to run thin on your opportunities to try something differently. Pamsu and Fatch are one of the few teams that literally have to start figuring it out because other teams have decided, you know, they just want to contest, man. They're jumping in early.
This looks close. This looks close. Defiable's been the one contesting them right out of the gates. Defiable beats them yet again. I say this, I might sound like a proud dad, but the NA West boys are really showing up big, but I might have cursed them. Down goes Defiable. Scissors trying to make up for it with only a flapjack. Fatch is going to go ahead and back up. But Pamsu is there. He has the big threat. He has that Havoc shotgun, and he has the pressure that he's able to put down.
And up top, the heals already come through. The down comes in as well. And of course, the materials get released afterwards. Pam still has a full rounded loadout here. Finds a big tag. Okay, that could just be enough though. He sets the stage to be nice and even here, but Virgo is in, gets the full finish. Broken gets tagged from the side now. And oh my gosh, this is just gross. The fight that's happening right now is so bad for everyone involved. If you are inside the actual barn, you just might not make it out.
Even if you started out, you get taken out. Pam no. Broken and Virgo. They're going to go ahead and stand tall, but it's cold. I told you, those two people towards the right of Frenzy Fields, they split up just a little bit, Acorn and Cold, but they peek in this direction because they know how contested it actually is. And Kanata, he said, nah, Epic, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm beating you to this elevation. I'm beating you to my position, and I'm claiming it as my own.
That's right. You would think maybe you would say, okay, yo, game 2, there was a team there, an extra one, 2 teams there. Maybe we go somewhere else. But no, they continue to stick it out there. It's going to be tough, I think, from here on out if something doesn't change. Just take a look at Rokin, though. Rokin comes in alongside Vert, finds himself a nice little elimination there. Really starting to get cooking super early here. Vert and Rokin now have themselves 2 early eliminations. Over by the Slappy Shores. We do know, of course, Coop and Miro, like we said before, are just nearby.
The interesting thing is, like, even though we're talking about like Kanata and Agers and how well they've been performing, you got to realize this isn't just a fight for that first place. It's top 10 teams on that leaderboard qualify for the Global Championship. So there's so much to fight for, including all of that cash that trickles down the leaderboard. Raziamzo find a little bit of contestation this time around, but this is something they were prepared for. They thought it was going to happen in game 1, so it doesn't matter to them that it happens in game 4. The only thing that worries me is that's Poyo, that's Sphinx. They have nothing to lose. They already have their global championship spot, so they can go ahead and fight with the full aggression or as much of it as they want.
Yeah, Rising Yamso do still have that big pressure looming on their shoulders. And they're only at 130, right? As far as the points go. If you were Kanata, right? Team Kanata and Agers, they have 230 plus points. They have a 100-point lead now over the bulk of the lobby or more. Let's take a look at Esri, the tank here. Oh man, finds Knifer with a quick finish there. That's the first of this duo we've seen today. Comes on over, wraps up Snacky, the veteran. Nicely done for them. That's going to be a good point secured.
Threats, Booga.
Blake and Macwood down and out to the hands of 20 once again.
I feel like I've seen this
finishes.
I feel like I've seen this episode before. Booga and Threats, just the same strategy they've been doing all day long. But if you can see Steamy Springs this time around, there's not 2 teams anymore. They're not contesting each other. So this is going to be much harder for Booga and Threats to pick up that surge now that it's just G, Money, and his partner over there. So they're going to have to adapt on the fly. They're going to have to be flexible when it comes to their game plan.
I was just about to call this fight out. DGen just picked up the elimination onto Shore here. This has been a back and forth between the two. Zypher and Shore have had a lot of success in other weeks, but really has gone to either which side. Can Pump get the damage he's looking for? He's chucking that thing. He swings his way around. Degen ends up getting taken out. Oh no, things start to backfire here. Suscript puts his 2 cents into the mix.
He's playing a game of ping pong. I've seen this once, and it was Threats. He got a double elimination with the kinetic ore. Now Degen goes down because of it. When you don't have a gun, when you don't have bullets, you don't have anything, you just use the kinetic ore. You use anything that you can find, and already they're finding some success. As long as he can kind of clean that one up. You can even see Possess joining in on that fun. And it's really not something you see every day. Now everybody wants to try.
Yeah, you can see the tags coming in. The momentum comes shortly after as it rockets its way across the field. Flutter and Subscript, though, looking for anything they can find. The down body, they didn't actually get the finish. Okay, so Pump has a true chance here, but no. There's that shotgun, breaking the builds here, making it a lot harder than may have seen. Big heals come in as well. Yep, he's going to catch all that. Actually, Degen tries to crawl his way out. Nope, he's exposed now. And that'll be it.
We say, is it though? We said, get that rock away from me. Just get it out of my sight. I don't want to have to worry about it anymore. Let's just continue to see where this solo was left off, because it was them who did get the knock onto Degen so far, so they know Pump is running around by himself. Possess and Zuko, they just took the damage that they wanted out of Shattered Slabs. They know the zone is rotating away, so they don't want to get stuck behind everybody else on the congested side of the zone.
That's right. Usually the standard is, of course, to stick around to grab your teammate's reboot card. So they have every ounce of confidence that Pump is nearby. There it is. Pump gets out of there. The wall comes out. Figure out he's here. He tries to go for the card. I don't think he quite was able to run over the body positioning there, and goes for the 50-50. Doesn't quite win it. And in the end, they get taken out there.
Great opportunity for Suspect and Flutto to kind of pick up everything left off.
Oh,
battle ping pong.
Kick rocks.
With no
literally
socks.
and figuratively.
It's just something you really don't see every day. And then you get that sky view of it all, just kind of using every tool in their tool belt to find some success. And you can already see Cold with that early elimination onto Fatch to kind of start the game off. You can see they're continuously using this game plan. They're splitting up, taking 2 separate directions. They're gathering all the surge, and as the zones continue to close, zone 3, zone 4, that's when they're going to group up together, when they're forced to at these tight quarters.
Everything playing out here. Strategy looking to be executed on. This is it. We're in the halfway point of the first day, the NA FNCS Grand Finals. Game 4, we've had enough time to really feel out the competition. In normal Fortnite competitions, at this point, around this time, lobbies become to get anxious. They become to get antsy. Players fight more. Lobbies tends to thin out. I'm not sure I'm seeing that same trend just yet. There are still a lot of players alive, but we do have a lot of time in front of us. We will see what will unfold here shortly, but hold up. Talking about that, players getting antsy. We got Wavy Jacob and Notch here. Wavy Jacob a little far though. Should be closer.
Yeah, everybody's kind of positioned near a lot of these rifts. Here the cache is opening up as well. Wavy Jacob returns to kind of claim what's theirs. Everybody else, the possibility to fight for that Rift Island is there. And because of those rifts, a lot of these teams will make it there a lot quicker than others. Notch and Wavy Jacob. They have the choice, since they're so behind everybody else. Are they going to be one of the teams to try and contest it later on, or are they just going to try to get to zone? And I think it is going to be the latter. Play a calm, cool, collected game. They are at the top of the leaderboard here. More caches going around, Caskers and Revise. For them, it's not just the heals, but they're going to be able to pack a punch with their loadout. So depending on what rarity is, but you're still going to get that epic rarity. You're going to get your slurp juices. So their loadout just got significantly better.
Yeah, Casker and Revise looking to repeat that game 1 performance. Need something pretty big here. They've earned themselves a significant amount of points, but of course, they're hunting for a bit more. Excellent tags here. They're looking for teams trying to rotate here, getting straight to the new safety zone. Peterbot and Bryce Larson there, they're all starting to land right up on top of one another. Clicks and Epic Will on the other side here have a little bit of distance between the two, but it seems like they've also found themselves a nice little upgrade. All right, switching up the loadout here. This is what we just talked about. You have like a mid-game strategy, you start getting into your end-game strategy.
Yeah, preparing for the long haul. Same can be said by Bryson Chubbs. They've been performing increasingly almost every season. I was going to say on the day, every single game, but every single season I see them. They look like they're a potential contender for a championship, and for now they're contending for not only that, but the global championship spots as well. But there's 3 teams kind of stacked up here towards the edge of zone. Got Zeus and his teammate as well, Peterbot and Larson, then Bryce and Chubbs. And they're all fighting for this loot. They're fighting for Storm Surge, they're fighting for eliminations. They gotta be careful because the zone is pulling towards the eastern side of the map. So you don't want to fall behind everybody else on this side.
No one in sight. Everyone's already starting to slide out of here and move. They recognize that as well. They take the time to rotate. They're going to have a good time here as no one peeks back at them. Meanwhile, Booga and Threat still playing the late zone strategy. Okay, I don't know how I feel about this. The first time we watched them, they were taking battles.
Yeah, and the zones are just being very, very difficult for a lot of players today. I'm going to go and throw it on over to Vivid to break down some of these zones.
Yeah, so far in the first 4 zones, we've seen that it's going to pull way up north, which has big implications for a lot of these teams that are going to be landing at south. And of course, one of them is going to be Booga and Threats, which means that they're going to find themselves playing very Booga typical style, staying inside the storm actually, and still finding Storm Surge tags along the way. But that means they have to go ahead and stack up their heals to make sure that they can go ahead and survive all of that storm's damage. But that also means that the south side of this zone is going to be very, very congested. That late rotate in for Booga and Threats means that they can go around. And of course, there are other teams like Acorn and Cold Favorites who also have to make that rotate.
Now, one thing we are noticing, thank you, Vivid, for the catch-up there, that when you look at the loadouts, they're starting to run thin on ammunition. If they can't find other resources on their way inside, I mean, sitting in the zone might not be as favorable for them this time around. And that first game, that was their problem. They stood a little too far. They didn't quite get to where they wanted to position-wise in time. And that turned out to be a difficult one. But then 2 and 3, they, of course, turned up. So hopefully we see them continue to be on track here position-wise. Redux and Stacky, though, have that high ground. Rift Island seemingly has spawned in a similar location. These all favoring the southwestern portions here. A lot of the same teams getting the options at this loot.
And judging by the Mythic Flapjack as well, probably already got that vault over from Mega City. That's 3 points, and they're looking for 15 more. So realistically, if they capture this, that's 18 points straight off of those mid-match objectives already. And you can see how that is helping teams. We've seen during the weekly finals, it literally win teams at first place because of the 15 points you get granted. So now imagine 12 games, 12 opportunities to grab those points. Very, very crucial and could be deciding here on who goes to the global championship overall.
I think tomorrow we'll see that really come into place.
Yeah,
teams
especially with odds.
Yep, teams are going to make the adjustment. They're going to look at, all right, who's contesting these positions? We need a lot of points. We're going to have to make the adjustment. So that's my early prediction right now as I'm starting to look ahead of the competition here. But jumping right back into the present, Flutter and Susscript, the team that has continuously found themselves into early game successful spots. They got themselves 3 elims. They hit that rift on the go, and they're out.
Maybe Jacob and not just gonna follow that same rotation path that they've set out. The zone not only moving so far to the east, it is also moving towards the north side of the map as well. Half of it is in water already, so it is definitely going to center up over towards the Lonely Labs POY and just south of it as well. So a lot of those teams that are slow to rotate on that west and that south side are going to get congested, and more so that south side. That's their huge cliffhanger going from the Slappy Shores biome up into that snow biome that these players will have to overcome.
Yeah, normally that's a great place to just run a foot rotate, but not when There's teams already situated there. This is going to be a very tough one to navigate right now. Through the Brutal Bastion we go. And you can see even Edgy and Duke here on extreme edge right now as they try to navigate through these nooks and crannies. This is what we talk about. Make it nice and easy to move on foot, but it's just those teams in the distance you got to be careful with. But luckily for them, this field is not fully farmed. Normally what teams would do, they would actually shoot these out. So I'm surprised Baka and crew didn't actually open up the landscape. Had they done that, they'd be so much more successful. Look how much space Duke and Edgy stole away, and you know they're going to be upset about it right now when they start looking out like, dang, will these guys get that close?
That was us. That was potential surge. Cut out an Agers. They're looking to kind of bolster their lead here. Yep, that was Agers who actually got credit for that knock. The surprising thing about it all is they're only 140 above that damage threshold. And that would seem like a lot. But for players like Kanata and Agers know how volatile Storm Surge can get, that's not a feeling of comfortability. They know they have to continue to look around the map to figure out what other players are easy targets, where can they get that damage before they have to rotate, because even though they're so close to zone, they're not in it yet.
Yeah, Day actually finished off clicks down there as well. And he's starting to move in with Nawson here, so good on them to find themselves some points. They actually really need them. But we get to jump in now with the Yamzo and Rise as their journey continues here. Barely holding on. Teetering on the edge of the surge. Warning here. Oh, just a pixel away. That would have been a huge tag. I'm sure that opportunity won't present itself again. Half in, pulls all the way south here. Okay, that's perfect for a good chunk of the teams.
And for Miro Cooper, if they built a sky base here, because remember the zone was over this side of the map, if they built a sky base earlier on in the game, they could go back and recycle that and have a potential to steal away the high ground as Rise with the relentless pressure with the Flapjack. Gonna help take down Hound. Aiden is becoming the target. That one's easy, but it gets stolen away by Cold and Acorn. You can see them inch by inch closing in on the distance. They're trying to steal away that loot. You can see that Acorn does lack about 50 HP, so he needs to figure out a way to gain that back.
Yeah, they end up securing it, so that's going to be a big come up for them. Let's jump in Wavy Jacob, one of the few solos left in the lobby here. Meanwhile, Kanata finds Vanilla, so they had that little bit of high ground. They're making the most of it. Agers finds Elims, Kanata finds another one. These boys are on fire right now. They already have a substantial lead, and just another good game set up right here. This could be a runaway train unfolding before our eyes right now, but we still have a lot of Fortnite in front of us here.
You see Wavy Jacobs trying to be a nuisance. Looking into the distance, peeking through, getting some stinky shots. He doesn't have to rotate too far because he's already on the side of the mountain in the zone. Bolt and Thoric not too far off. They went out, healed the zone to try to get their position in towards the zone. And late in the game, having your teammate kind of get knocked usually would be a terrifying situation, but they realize because of their planning early on in the game, they're on the slow side of the zone. Not too many players are here to try to bull rush the box and start the revive. So even though it was a mistake for Bylaw, he could shake off the dust and get ready for this next rotation.
Ocus is down. It's just up to Bucky now. 122 above the surge as well, so this is going to be an ongoing problem. You see unfold here. The zone's going to continue to pull south to use Slappy. Okay, so for Miro, for Cooper, for Booga, for threats, for teams that kind of play the southern outskirt, that rotate Cold as well, they should be looking very, very good right now to get the first dibs here at claiming the draw spot, picking up the remaining loot that we saw left behind. Yamzo and Rise are one of the first teams to make that run through as well, so they're going to be the first to start claiming up this new territory here. Meanwhile, Bucky gets a free rotate all the way across as well. It takes a minute to go and get his farm on. Look at this. No one's looking out here. No one expects him to be there. He doesn't take a shot either. That might have been a mistake, though.
He's even using somebody else getting shot as information, but he needs to be careful because that's Muzz and Paper who are right behind, and you can see Peterbot is going to be down. There's a challenge that I think Larson is ready for. He's able to get the knock onto one. Back-to-back shots. Taking down both Skittles and Aviv. And now if you see his load up, 6 Slurp Juices. He has enough for a party.
Looking very, very good here. I mean, I'm just drinking him on the rotate. Yeah, he's already doing it. He has literally one ticking right now.
7. He had 7 then. Probably filled up his cooler and he's ready to hit the beach on the side of Slappy Shores.
Backpack ready.
He just has to figure out how he's going to get there. He's actually using a lot of players who are down for becoming a focus to try to go ahead and maneuver past everybody. And because of those slurp juices, you can see he's going to go cut all the way east and use the shore of the beach as his rotation. He's going to try to go ahead and sneak under everybody's noses to try to find himself a safe spot.
Arguably the only player in the lobby who could do this right now. A very unique position to find yourself in where you can actually tank this storm like this. Meanwhile, Clarity G taken out. I was just going to say, opposite situation happening right in front of him. Team's desperate to find heals. Bugha falls on this rotate. It seems like it doesn't work out for him, but it was just a knock there. So threats finds diminished. That was the problem that was in front of him. And look at that. The wide rotate pays out. Larson finds himself on a mid-ground position here. Should probably open up the box just a little bit there to give him some space, but Threats is still alive here. He has Pledge just to the side. Pledge, who found the tags onto Bugha here. Goes for the wall take too. Threats does not want to take this fight here. Thinking that it might be a two-team operation, but it's not.
But his danger's just begun.
Oh my gosh, he just hunted him down.
Out of nowhere. He just looked like he got an elbow from the top rope. Pinfall, 1, 2, 3, you're out. Crowned ourselves a new victor, and we saw Yamso go down in the feed not too long ago, which is once again putting the pressure onto Rise to pick up as many points as he can as a solo, and placement points have just begun to set in, as now we're into the top 21. Little cheeky shot, an opportunity for Surge there for Rise, but realizes I cannot get too greedy as he keeps this show on the road.
2 elims already. This is it. End game starting to unfold in front of us here. Just has to stay alive here. Every time we've tuned in with them, it does seem like it's been a different story. No same game for them, not today here. Larson, another one of these solos here that we care about. The story we want to follow here, of course. Looking everywhere. Kanata, Agers. Oh man,
big.
Looking pretty solid. Able to recuperate all this material here.
I feel like this was reminding me of when Peterbot and Bylaw won their FNCS championship. It was almost a runaway in that first day of competition. Even though in day 2 they slipped up just a little bit, they built themselves such a massive cushion. No one was really able to catch up. As Bolt and Thoric, they have an FNCS championship underneath their belt already. They're going to the global championship as well. Each they're just trying to deny entry to anybody trying to sneak their way into the zone.
I expected Coop and Miro to be in a much stronger position here, but no, Cooper lets his guard down and gets tagged from behind and fully finished here. Miro's up to do this once again by himself. It happened last game, it's happening now. He did find points last game. Can he do it again here? 122 is not too bad, but it ain't great either. Meanwhile, Agers finds Epic Whale. The knock, the full finish. Okay. Everything is happening here.
Everything's just happening so quick. Larson is even down to his last slurp juice. Wouldn't even count that as a med miss, as only has just a little bit on it. Pressure coming from above, doing quick maneuvering to try to get on out, but he's wasting a lot of builds up until this point, down to his last 18 that he can place. And already those are being expended just to find his way into the zone, refarming where he can. Nawson and Day doing the same thing, just a quick slap splash before they end up on their rotation.
Barely safe and a broken roof to work with, but Nawson and Day are on the move here. 7 eliminations right now, front side of zone. I like this spot right here. And they're just prioritizing positioning. Now they have a little moment to breathe, moment to work with. Who's on the backside? Can he catch someone? No one. Not just yet here. Meanwhile, Bryson Chubbs fully eliminated there. Rise as a solo. We jump back in. Gets collapsed on at 180. Big shot there, but no finish. It's Rokane who finishes them off. Larson's here too. Larson right behind Possess there. No tag.
That's big. Oh, I was about to say the slurp juice already popped. He could stagger himself with a med miss, but not when Kanata and Agers are in the end game yet again. The consistency king standing tall, but the pressure is there. But nothing Kanata doesn't know how to handle, but holding on to it zone after zone, that high ground, Bolt and Thoric. At this point in time, they just need to execute and win this game.
Day's here, Nawson's here, Acorn cold as well. Rokane gets finished. A lot of big names still here. Anything can happen. Thoric's on the high ground. Don't forget, they have everything in their arsenal to take out any team they want. And first, it's going to be Cold. Acorn now behind that meadow. It's not going to last for long. He gets fully finished there. And Kanata now working things up here on the low ground.
Oh, got tagged up.
Just earning so many points.
Slurp Juice is so important for Kanata's success. Gets himself into another top 4 position. You can see him staggering towards the backside of zone. He just ran past that men miss. He knew it was there, and he's planning for the future. There's only one duo left into the game, and it's the high ground team of Bolts and Thoric. They have this one in their pocket. It's served up. They just need to eat.
That was crazy. Wow. Kanata actually found an additional Slurp Juice as well. Comes out with 100 HP, by the way, when it was almost all over. And look at the Mythic Shotgun. This is what we talk about, how strong it can be for him to just break his way through these seemingly indestructible walls. They have so much HP in these home structures like this. But hold up. Kanata's on high alert here. He recognizes Day is nearby. But like we said, he has the advantage. Thor comes down, he's like, nah, we're not gonna let you get too comfortable. We want a piece of this action here. These are points that we can earn. Can we make it 10? Kanata's trapped here, stuck against the wall. The edit comes in, and the finish on both sides. Bolts and Thoric close things out.
And things you love to see, Bolts and Thoric. And the way Thoric has been performing lately is on a whole nother level, from clutching 1v2s to getting sneaked attacks and being able to turn and burn, taking down opponents, and now having the confidence to take 2 different 1v1s towards the end game. Because now imagine, Monster, if they both would have lost, that how sideways that would have turned. But the kings of the former NA West region are back on top.
This is what we love to see. This is what makes NA such an exciting region to watch now. The competition has truly been elevated here. Bolts and Thoric gets to start really making a name. Look at how they just sneak up on DJ. Look at how they close up Kanata and Day, right, on each respective side, winning their ones when it matters. And then as soon as Bolts finishes it off, he just comes right back on. He's like, don't worry, Thoric, I'm right there, opens the door, and it's all over.
It almost looked like they had 5, even 6 eliminations each into those double digits. Bolts and Thoric have surely risen up that leaderboards after that game, but I'm going to go over with Zeke, SPG, and Kelly to break it all down.
My, oh my, before we say anything else, give a big welcome to SPG. He's going to be hanging out with us for the last 3 games here. Vivid is going to the mid-game analyst position. Wow. This is really good again, but really bad. Bolts and Thoric, they already have a spot in global championships. This could be a duo looking to move up into that top 10. Remember what I said? If duos that already have spots are in that top 10, we're then going to start shifting down and saying if it's not top 10 anymore, it's top 11, it's top 12. This is scary.
I don't know. I love it. I love the anticipation. I love the fact that you can't predict what's going to happen. I want to see all 5 teams that have already qualified make it into the top 10 so that we just don't know who's going to make it. But of course, Bolts and Thoric, like our casters were saying, the reigning champs out of NA West had such a great hold of high ground here. But what I specifically loved from this duo is how they handled the in-game conflicts. Pincering between each individual players, doing it so that they knew that there was no opportunity for those players to run away, find more heals, and have a potential victory royale.
And just those extra few points that they're able to get from picking up those elims are huge for them, because that's 4 points every time they were able to pick those up. Day and Kanata could have went head-to-head, stolen away a couple of those elims, and that's a huge swing. You know, 8 points is pretty significant when we come down to the end of the day. You're also, I mean, what is Kanata and Agers doing right now? They are just absolutely so dominating everybody.
And regardless of what their end game is, if they're together, if they're a solo, if they're high ground, low ground, they are doing so well. Also, they got Rift Island, you know.
Yeah,
just a few more.
That's the other thing that scares me a lot as we start to kind of dive into our standings. Kanata did not get the victory royale. He placed top 3, right? And maybe in some circumstances we think, well, that's not a win. It is, though, because they made it up in that top 3. They got the consistency points. Look at that number. That's 310 points. These guys are absolutely going insane. And I mean, based on the few weeks we've seen, Kelly, I feel like this is deserved.
I mean, not only do they almost have double the amount of points overall, but they also have double the amount of eliminations besides one team compared to everyone else, SVG.
That's absolutely absurd. Like, the fact that they're doing this right now, and historically, Kanata is not a day 1 player. He normally shows up on day 2. So this bodes really well for the 2 of them to claim their first FNCS championship. And Kanata is one of the most deserving, not probably, is the most deserving of the players in NA that hasn't gotten one yet.
I mean, wouldn't it be incredible, Kanata and Agers, the team to be one placement away in Major 1 to not make it into Globals. Kanata, who has done time and time again, made it into the top, but not that first place spot. To not only get his first FNCS win, but to also punch his ticket into Globals and to do it in such a way that they're doing it right now. That is a story to be told. And then, of course, you have to love his reactions.
I mean, yeah, if you haven't seen it, social media, go check it out. We turn our attentions back to the standings. Iamzo and Rise rising up into that second place spot. Now, remember, I'm going to keep saying it. This is a duo. Again, missed out on quals. They were so close to Global Championship, just fell short. They need to end this weekend in a top 10 if they hope to keep that FNCS dream alive. And you know, SBG, second place is looking real good.
All I have to say is finally. Like, this team is good. They are arguably the best on this region, and we're now seeing them show up to what they should be and what they are. And that's scary for everybody else in this lobby. Kanata and Agers, they've created a lead, but opportunities are going to start knocking, especially because these two are right near each other on the map, and we could see some contests or some battles in that early to mid game.
Yeah, especially if the zone actually pulls south forever. It seems like it's never going to do that. It's only going to go to the north. If it goes south, I would love to see these two duos go head to head. But Iamzo and Rise, we've seen them in the past. They are not typically day one competitors, just like Kanata and Agers, but they're showing that that is not the case. And I think that's due to all the studying that they do. And we know that they're going to be VOD reviewing as well tonight. So I would love to see them kind of flip the script tomorrow and take Kanata and Agers for their money.
I'm worried. Look at this. Two duos that have already made it to Global Championships, currently in our top 10. Remember, this is a good thing, sort of, kind of a bad thing.
Gosh.
I don't know. It creates chaos, and Kelly loves chaos. That is what we are here for. I do want to highlight very quickly, Peterbot and Larson climbing up into that top 10 spot. Remember, if this were to end right now, we're looking at the top 12. So them being able to find these little bit of points, and I guess for me, one thing I've kind of been thinking a lot about is this is 50 of the best duos NA has. These games, though they may appear a certain way, they may look a little easy. Remember, we have that bird's eye view. This is some of the toughest competition we've seen today.
Who says it looks easy?
They make it look easy.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Finally, another team finally, though, that really needs to be able to show up here. Larson putting the team on his back in this game and had a sick clutch as a solo.
And the game before, Peterbot was the solo clutch, so I love to see both of them show up.
Absolutely. One thing I did want to talk about is the solo impact points. Now, we're going to take a look from games 1 through 3. This is when a person is left alive by themselves, that to put the duo mate on their back. What are they pulling off in these games? As you can see right now, Iamzo leading with 41 points. Just take a look at a lot of these top 3 names, right? Bakampars, Reet as well. I'm sorry, yeah, Bert. D-Roller. I mean, look at all these numbers. The 41 particular, though, is the number that stands out to me the most, which tells me Rise has been kind of taken out of the equation for a lot of these games.
Well, I think that's exactly why this team is not succeeding based on the level they've set in qualifiers.
Right.
They're not a team that relies on solo clutches. They're a team that plays together, plays a solid game as a duo, and the fact that Iamzo has the most points up here is not a good thing in my opinion. And most duos, I would say that's awesome because they clutched up, but I know those two should be playing extraordinarily well together.
I love, though, our expectations are so high for them. They're in second place right now, and we're saying that they're not doing well, and they're obviously doing phenomenal right now, but when you go up against Agers and Kanata, you just look dwarfed in comparison.
Yeah, and again, it's just us being critical, right? This is the grand finals. When we eventually hit the stage that is Global Championships, you have to be on your game. Now, I want to keep talking about this. This is really interesting to me, but there's more games to be had. We just wrapped up game number 4, which means we have 2 left before we say goodbye for today. But get ready. The battle bus is ready. We hope you are as well. This is game number 5.
There's only 2 more games before day number 1 is wrapped up. and you cannot let a team like Kanata and Agers run away with it, or you could kiss that FNCS championship goodbye.
That's right. Time flies when you're having fun, though. That's it. We're at the tail end here, so things are going to begin to pick up right now. But like you mentioned, Kanata and Agers truly do have the competition effectively wrapped up for day one, so it's up to everyone else right now to start to pick it up here.
Yeah, it's about that consistency that Kanata and Agers have been putting through, and Agers has just been phenomenal as just a singular individual player at every single one of these moments. But Game 5, Monster, one of the last chances on the day, what are some of the things you're looking out for?
I want to see more Bolts and Thoric. I love how they just came up out of nowhere, picked up that big win there in those final moments. Bryson Chubbs have an opportunity now to continue to show up and put themselves inside that top 10 conversation and stay there. But all in all, I mean, it really is a conversation of the top 10, I think, collectively overall right now, because first place, you know, it's going to take, I don't know, how many games you think Agers and Kanatas would have to pretty much zero sum out in order to give the opportunity to the rest of the lobby right now.
I want to say close to 3 dud games are needed out of the next 8, because 2 to finish out today and then 6 more tomorrow. Broken and Virgo. I don't know who it was, but somebody has their mom coming into the room while this tournament going on. He's just saying, get out of the room, Mom, I need to win. And he pulled off already a big elimination to start it off.
Thatch and Pamsu, though, where are they? What do they do? What's the adjustment here? They decided to land slightly different, and already another team adjusting there too. Let's not forget, they have now fallen down to 25th place with 80 points here when they were well inside the top 10. I think inside actually our 3rd place team after game 1, and all of a sudden now they're trying to adjust. So I appreciate the adjustment. I like the changes here. I'm a big fan of Pam and Thatch, but it's a tough ask right now as they're having a very hard time here.
Just Acorn and Cold yet again.
Yeah, that's who it is.
And they're closing in on the distance. They probably realized there was no shields on that player they were tagging up. And they said this one's just going to be easy as they're licking their lips. Acorn closing in on the distance. Pamsu has no choice but to basically run the other way, reunite, but there's a team literally right below them, or at least a singular player in Defiable, who's done a good job of hiding his position so far. And this is something that could turn Pamsu and Thatch on its side and continue to bolster Defiable's game.
I was actually just wishing that Thatch would have found some tags there onto Acorn to really show him, like, hey, look, you're not just going to sneak up on me. I'm already gone, but now we're turning the tides on you. Luckily, Acorn doesn't see anything and instead backs off there, so this should give him a little opportunity here, but Defiable still, of course, a threat lingering by. What can Pamsu and Thatch do here with such a limited loadout? If they can turn this game around and bounce back, I mean, that in its own is a huge, huge feat.
I feel like they just need to start kind of rotating early. Maybe even cut off somebody else's loot path. Would be a great strategy. Switch-ups continue. Day and Nasen with 1 elimination so far. They pushed off the team of G-Money. They probably now by a solo. Booga and Threats continuing the strategy they've already had up until this point. Just hounding that situation as Agers now feeling that confident. And you can see where both Kanata and Agers are getting some of their early game surge from. They're picking 2 different mountains that are facing Mega City. They go in that direction, and they start to put tags on those teams that are looting in and out of those buildings before they kind of turn back around and do that same thing for the other direction.
And it's just so smooth for them to rotate right now, as they've done the micro changes to avoid Epic Whale. We just had a brief conversation. Tomorrow, we're thinking they might be contested. Maybe someone's going to mix it up, but hold up. Boya already had the knock in the full finish. Now we jump in with Sphinx, who opens up big. And look at how fast they're moving. This is like blood in the water. Quick shark attack here. It's D-Roller, it's Ritual. Yep. Little do they know, D-Roller doesn't have the heals to sustain a drawn-out battle, it seems. Unless he's popping a med kit. He might be. Saw the animation there.
If this tournament were to end right now, I know we talked about the top 10 positions on the leaderboard. Well, you have to take into account Cold and Acorn and Bolt and Thor, who've already secured their spots in the Global Championship. So those spots would bump down into the top 12. So then that means Miro and Cooper would then get in. But Miro and Cooper already have their spots. So you're seeing the cascading effects of the placements that include those players that already qualified, which just goes to show that the leaderboard, in theory, is a lot closer than it actually is, and it goes to show how important those early game fights actually are.
But it also shows you like how more important a top 15 performance is. Because those bubble teams are gonna have, honestly, something to celebrate by the time this weekend's over. The likelihood of, you know, a team that's qualified coming inside the top 10 is there. They qualify for a reason, right?
See Booga going in towards Steamy Springs while Threats kind of watching him. But what's better than one mammoth? Two mammoths.
Oh,
well, that came down very, very quickly.
What about 3 mammoths? There's one on the other side.
But what I like about this, though, is he literally almost went down with the mammoth, and he's showing no fear to continue to put those shots out there. They realize how important it is for them to get Storm Surge early, because that makes it to where they can have a flexible game plan. They can rotate exactly when they want, if it's early, if it's late. The decision is now theirs.
You have to be careful, though. The more damage you give to the lobby, the higher the threshold it raises, of course. So in the end, you don't want to take any damage where possible, but Yamzo and Rise looking well right now. Second place here. You know they have all of their stuff sorted so far. Let's take a look at Acorn and Cold. They've kind of been on an upwards track so far.
Yeah, it's something that you know about this team. And Arista Lobby should be on notice as well. They haven't yet had that pop-off performance.
Right.
And it's only a matter of time. That's the thing. They're going to pop off. Would it be Cold and Acorn? It wouldn't be one of the best duos in the game if that potential wasn't there. So it's interesting to see when and where that will happen. But for now, they're okay with a little bit of a slow game, keeping themselves within contention of that first place spot, because it is day number 2. Same thing to when Major 1 came around, to where they had those pop-off moments on the second half of the final.
Yeah, odds are we've already seen the worst of what they have to offer.
Scary.
Pump, Degen here. 2 elims already near max cap material counts. Like what I'm seeing. Something spotted in the distance. Doesn't quite connect with it. I think he's just shooting birds here.
Oh, leaves, birds. Shooting at anything. Keeping yourself warm at the very least. Jump on board Caskers and Revise. They had a great start to the day. And actually have been doing a good job staying consistent since then. Making sure they stay inside of that top 10, staying inside of the bubble before tomorrow, which is important. Because you got to think right now, 10th place as it stands, Peterbot and Larson, 142 points. 11th place right below is 128. So it's about a 14-point differential between qualifying for the Global Championship and not. And to me, that's nothing. That's like 4 eliminations. That's lasting maybe till top 18. So things could turn on its side in a second.
That's right. Larson and Peterbot have had a pretty okay performance so far. We've seen them have their moments. Let's put them inside that top 10 here. Let's take a look at the map. First, if we're seeing way down to the southeast, okay, finally something getting a little different here. I'd like to see some variety. These are just max pulls, though. These are big rotates for the bulk of the teams on that other side now.
Uh-oh, Agers in the feed taking down the Yamzo. That's first place, getting the knock onto second place. Trying to figure out where exactly was that, and you got to imagine possibly...
Is that the finish, too?
Sharing a lot of loot, yeah, because there's no loot cache there. So he did actually clean that one up, and I got to imagine into the distance, a solo player over towards that racetrack might be Rise. This is almost revenge, because in a Cash Cup a few weeks ago, first and second place yet again, Rise and Yamzo did take down both Kanata and Agers to take the tournament.
Looks like he might have been spotted out, mining, looking for material down here. Out of position, and now out of the lobby. Yup, it was Rise just there. You see how he had the double box fortress set up. The loot cache is here. They try to get greedy, maybe send one out, thinking they can secure this, and it just didn't work.
That's just impressive. Kanata and Agers are first and second in terms of individual elims with 15 and 10.
That's so sick.
And I'm wondering how they got such a lead while both of you performing to such a high standard simultaneously, consistently making it to these end games. Both of them having the potential to clutch up. Agers even doing so in one of our games to get a victory for his team. And you even talked about a south pole this time around, so no more comfortability floating around Slappy Shores this game.
I like to rotate here. Jylix and Zeus getting the move on right now, but no, turns back. It's a big tag comes in, so he's forced to defend himself. This is where you have to dig deep here. Hit the shots when it matters most. Oh, I was gonna say, he walks right in, doesn't even see him. Almost had the highlight he was looking for. They do get the finish still, but not as clean as they probably would have liked. Oh, the timing there. The heels come in.
I was a little scared.
Slow down, though. He gets the finish. Nice.
Big win right there, but another team that's kind of forced to rotate in from that north side of the map. Not really working out in their favor.
We need to make sure Pars and Baka are there.
Yeah, Pars and Baka, they've been kind of on the run this entire game as well. Clicks and Epic, well, they're looking kind of pick up the pace here. They're a team that doesn't want to wait for tomorrow. They want to get the job done today, close the gap when it comes to those points. That way, hey, maybe they can even make history.
That's right. It's like being so close yet so far right now. Really just having a hard time piecing things. Let's see it. This is zone 4 here.
Literally last 40% of the zone towards the bottom. We're gonna have no one in sight. So if we want to go ahead and rotate towards that slow side, now would be the time. Includes Clicks and Epic well. We're on the north side of the zone. But before they can rotate into the zone, you can see they're just going for their loot cache. They're just trying to bolster their loadout. That's something that they need to keep themselves alive overall. Kanata and Agers, they have such a massive lead. And guess what? I want to figure out how these guys are getting this lead. I'm going to go and throw it over to Vivid so he can break it all down.
The lead is huge, and honestly, something in Fortnite that we don't get to talk about a lot is the clock, time. Of course, they are landing over towards the racetrack, but they're there for like 2 minutes and quickly rotate towards Mega City, build up some bases, and get some early storm surge on an unsuspecting team. Because, like, how are you already there 2 minutes into the game? So it catches those players off guard. But of course, we notice that the zone is going to be pulling south this game, so they go back up north towards their POI, and like I just mentioned, with a south pulling zone, a bunch of those north teams have to rotate south to make it into the zone. And Yamzo, one of those teams, unfortunately for him, getting taken out there in second place. Big for Kanata and Agers.
That was perfect. We needed that quick look there from Vivid because I was wondering what all happened there. You can see it was actually a full-on fight between the two. It just didn't go their way.
I think you were still kind of right the first time, though, because that's been a part of Kanata, or Yamzo and Rise's strategy. Not only their cache that's around them, but all the surrounding ones as well. As we've seen more and more teams try to contest the Rift Island earlier and earlier, and that's something I feel like we're going to see happen tomorrow as a lot of teams get a chance to prepare. VOD review, realize how late to the punch some of these teams are getting. But it's going to be NPen and Vila over on that side. Only 2 teams on top of Rift Island. But we're seeing a return from the grave. Yamzo and Rise. You see they've landed more headshots than any other duo today in 46.
There's a reason they're in second. Let's take a look here. Pushing on in.
Oh, he's doing
the movement. You love it. That's that follow-up. That's what we talked about right there. The damage. And you have to assume this man is wondering, what just happened? How did he roll up on me like that? Like, hello?
Man,
quick as a flash.
He just be hitting those high-flying shots left and right. Same thing I saw him do with a couple fadeaways in the duo Cash Cup. So jump on board Miro and Cooper. They have the cooler of splashes as well. 6 different slurp juices.
Insane.
Probably finding not only loot caches, somebody else's as well. They're getting the POI capture to give themselves more gold. That way they can re-roll a lot of those augments. They're definitely in prime position this game.
Take a look at this big med kit play here. Storm Surge giving Wavy Jacob a hard time here in Notch. 189 damage below. They're tucked in the low ground. Just a terrible spot to be in. Nothing opens up. They stop. This is 10 seconds to heal. It's just bad.
Yeah. Surge, zone, rapid. All three things dealing damage right now. Not allowing them in. Another team on top of Mega City, and this is where the time is going to run out for Wavy Jacob. He gets dropped. Notch, a few seconds later, meets that same demise. And it just goes to show that it doesn't matter what happens in those early games. If you get some eliminations, if it's off spawn, it's just simply not enough damage. This lobby is kind of stacked. A lot of these players know exactly how they're getting Surge, and they're doing it game after game after game. Even if it's not a ton, they're doing just enough to keep themselves above that threshold so they don't have to worry about it.
That's what I said. It's all about strategy. Early to mid game is a game of strats. How much preparation did you put in? Because if you didn't, it's going to show. Yam's on Rise now in a fight here. This is one that they actually need to take. They have to take this. Oh, there goes the Surge. That means the difference between them and the other teams was 5 points and then 118 below. So there it is. Gets right on in, finds everything they need. That's at least 300 worth of damage, but Yamzu gets knocked here. Wasn't worth it. We need to get the quick follow-up. Heal up. Loses Yamzu in the process. This is bad for being in second place.
Yeah, this is tough. If Skyrazor can go ahead and capture this opportunity, he knows he lost his teammate into Fireball. Quickly picked up that reboot card. So now the choice is here, depending on how confident he feels with those heals. As Rise has some in his back pocket, just trying to pop that med kit, give himself a fighting chance. He doesn't have Yamzo's reboot card just yet.
Oh, med kit. Yeah. Heals. Med miss. Oh, okay.
What a find.
It's great.
Goes to show that this is why a lot of teams stagger themselves behind and go ahead and re-loots a lot of those vaults.
Man, he's happy with that. He's like, you know what? Oh, I got plenty of heals. I'm going to rift out of here.
They're rifting together, though.
I was going to say, he does have Sire on his tail, though.
Come over here. Hip to hip. Even a couple teams in Mega City right now.
I was going to say, there's no shot they're going to the same healing reboot spot, right?
Yeah, Pow in zone as well.
A little too close for comfort here.
Almost beelining him. Scissor doing what he can. I'm wondering even if he has Yamzu's reboot card. Yeah, what is exactly the play for Rise? And right now it does look like he's going to try to either use those zip lines to try to get across, or to continue to build to the top to where he can kind of glide his way in towards zone. And that way he doesn't have to go down the mountain and then back up the mountain into the zone to where you see a lot of the teams positioned on the edge.
He is going to be a floating target, so we'll see how that ends up playing out.
Good luck to him.
On the other side, Acorn and Cold making that ground rotate here, saying, nope, we're not trying to do any kind of that floating business. We're moving old school style here, straight up the mountain, right around the outskirts, keeping it textbook.
Player G, just a couple peak shots. I feel like the slow bursts with the MK Alpha, which means the possibility of the scope salvo augment. You sacrifice the rate of fire as Rise and Yamso go down. That's a big fall.
Before the big placement as well.
Yeah, before any placement at all. They fall from grace. But for them, they've also been known as a second day team. So hopefully they can kind of build up the confidence, have that mental toughness, so that way they have the bounce back opportunity as Clix and Epic will. Once again, finding a little bit of those struggles, and that's feel like that's been the thing for Clix and Epicwell almost all season long. No matter how well they've been performing, it's the Storm Surge. They've been struggling to figure out consistency where they're going to get that surge from.
Meanwhile, Rokane showing us exactly how he's going to get his tags. Mammoth, Pistol, and big tags here. Look at the points. 185 for Yamzone Rise when he falls. Booga and Threats are right on the heels at 175. And the competition is extremely close there from 2nd through 5th. So we know there's going to be some shakeups up at the top. That big fall. There's just one more game for Yamzone Rise here before the day concludes, before they have to hit the drawing board. So No room now to make any more errors if you want to stay inside that top 10 comfortably or ride to the grands, ride to the championship.
342. No worries for them. Just don't need to go down making any risky peaks. Bugha and Threats positioned so close by. They've been so flexible, very adaptive in their game plan up until this point.
Amps still out. They haven't found it.
Paper and Muzz. I just saw one of them down moments ago. And the thing that makes this zone hard, you see that split right in the middle between the two mountains. The river flows right between, and that means no one's going to be positioned on that water, which makes the edge of the zone that much more stacked.
Looking like a red versus blue map right here. Now time to go north, though. Naughty Nets off to the left side there. All right, no one's nearby other than the guys that have that western position. That's definitely a closer rotate for them.
Yeah, the only thing that's tough for this team is even though there's less people on this side of the zone, the right side overall, they still have to cross over that water. And Ritual, they're trying to plan ahead, figure out how are we going to make this leap over the river? How are we going to make it with as least congestion, very little trouble?
Look at this. Bolts and Thoric say, hey, let's go to the dead side. Let's try that. They're actually doing the opposite of what we would have thought. They're going all the way around here. But I think, yeah, I was going to say reality's going to set in. That's not going to give them runway behind the island. They're going to have to go right through it. And it ends up working? Question mark? I think it's good.
Yeah, this could be good because while the players in front of them, they're going to have to use their mats. They're going to have to use their resource. They can just climb on top as Cold goes down. Acorn is at least getting a huge trade. Using the Mammoth toe tag Zookies. A great play by Acorn once again, showing how tough he actually is as a player. Even behind a Slurp. Hesitating momentarily, trying to figure out what it is going to be, but doesn't have time to backtrack. He knows he has to go to the zone, and the longer he waits, the harder it's going to be for him to find any bit of safety because all the teams are already going to beat him there.
And he just gets that last little bit of sprint burst just in time to push him inside here. He will have to stop and heal again for just a moment, but it's okay. He's got plenty of time here. He will be able to make it. Acorn, again, left by himself, but he's fighting for it. Baka and Pars find the high ground. The rotates work out for them. Bugha finds Larson, so this is all in exchange for Threats as the save comes through. Big heals here as well. Are they going to burn through it? Let's find out.
Already one Slurp is popped on Threats. All he needs is time. Kind of let it set in.
Look at this.
Bugha just breaking through all that loot that they just found.
The mats don't look too good here.
Yeah. And the thing is about that loot, they already have a good loadout, so you see them not picking up much. They're looking exactly for what you just said. The mats, the resources, very, very minimal. All they kind of got was a little bit of siphon mats, which isn't much, but for them, it's something that they can use. Bach and Pars, they have the high ground. Reet and Ritual, they have the front of that low ground. They're trying to make that job and their journey easy because they know it is going to continue to move up the mountain.
Let's watch it. Pars, Baka starting to cut across here. 3 Elans, high ground, but coming through the zone to connect. A lot of damage taken there. Meanwhile, Acorn on the low ground here. 1 material left. Okay, time to get inside these enemy builds. That's a tarp. Jackson's in a fight here. The timing didn't look too good. He sees them looking backwards, has to back out there. Smart play, great positioning here, but it's all enemies everywhere, all layers. He continues to shift and fight. How's he still up right now?
He's daring anybody to challenge him, but he finally had it. As Bugha and Threats seemingly like they've stolen away the high ground from Bach and Pars. Perfect timing for that one to come to fruition. Agers gets knocked into the feed. If Kanata is still alive, they'll keep the consistency streak alive. That one has just been cursed. It wasn't my fault, but at least they get themselves another top 15.
Still a great game. Falling in 11th is nothing to overlook, especially when you're in the lead like this. So they're just going right now. Cooper's going to find Sphinx. Huge points there. A top 10 as well. Solidified now. Enpen and Bila are in the mix here. This is their chance to start rocking their way up the standings. Bugha, Threats looking to close it up as well. Nicely done there, but the trade comes through, and Pars finishes things up. Meanwhile, Threats here now.
It just wasn't enough for them. They wanted to finish the job down below. Threat sees a couple players moving nearby, but he has to be very, very careful the choice he takes, because as soon as he makes the decision, he gets taken down overall. Batman Bugha feeling the pressure as a solo. He lost Rapid not too long ago. but there is a couple other solos left in the lobby as well, so he isn't the only one feeling this pressure.
Ritual and Reet have the high ground here. This is all top 10 teams right now. Everyone really fighting forward. That's actually perfect if you're inside the upper bracket here. You really want to float, right? Rise that tide. See it. Nasif on low ground getting a little bit of pressure up top. That could be a big disruption. Not sure what the material count situation is looking like for Reet here, but it's probably dire. They're getting really close here. Just above the layer right now, trying to suffocate them out here on the low ground. Everyone ends up committing here. They say, hey, let's go for it. There's a lot of points here. NPen now by himself.
There's no heals. There's no HP. All he has is shield, which isn't really going to do him justice here in the end game. He finally makes his way in towards zone. With the pressure of the low ground, they're trying to drop him into the palm of the hands and only has 4 HP left. The only solo left into our top 3 against Jackson J, TK, and Reet and Ritual, who have been seemingly the kings on top of the mountain for so long.
Finally now, Jackson and Morales, or TK here, finally found themselves a little something to work with. But it's 3 elims and a second so far. They will have to go out to the zone to go and run up. Reet and Ritual don't have material, so they're just working off the land here. This could be everything, but the great tag there onto Jackson to take him out. They don't see where TK is. He's actually full confused, and finally they spot him out. Reet falls first. Ritual comes through, though. He doesn't choke out and wins the game.
Yeah, looking very, very scary there for a split second, but then I realized Ritual is him, especially the way he has been playing lately. Finally, with a big victory royale here in the finals, he's living up to that reputation.
It's really good to see Reet, who's, of course, amassed up so many W's under his belt, pick up Rituals and give him a shot to prove himself. And take a look here. Ritual so graciously tries to support Reet in the moment there, but instead says, hell, I'll go ahead and win this one out. And they take game number 5. Well played for the boys here to go ahead and close that one up.
Yeah, and it's only a wonder who is on the top of the leaderboard, who is on the bottom of the leaderboard, and who needs a phenomenal Game 6. I'm going to go through it for one last time to see who is positioned where on the leaderboard.
Well, Kelly here is a fan. She said Reet at the very start of the show. I want to see them perform well. I'd love to see them go to global championships. I'd even love to see them walk away with the Active Champions. And right now, after this game, Kelly, is this enough? Are you satisfied?
I'm pretty happy right now. And you heard MDF said that Reet is an incredibly accomplished player, but we knew him as this kind of uncontrollable W key player. And I don't know if it's due to Queasy's coaching or if just Reet has kind of evolved as a player over the years, but he is playing so reserved compared to what we used to see.
Well, and the funny thing is, I asked Ritual, like, what is going to be the biggest challenge for him today? And he said not trying to W key everybody. So it's not just Reet, it is both the players in the duo trying to restrain themselves. So it could be the coaching, it could be that they've realized how to play the game to be successful long term, because if you're just jumping in boxes, eventually someone's going to clap back too hard.
And I think a part of their success was watching when to take high ground in this game. We saw Baka and Paris take it pretty early on, and then you turn around, you look back around zone 10, and there is Reet and Ritual. They got really lucky because they were getting low on builds, but luckily that zone was pulling back over builds already there. And then of course they had that high hill at the very end, so even though that second place team was on the low ground, it did a pretty good job. It came down to a 1v1. It just eventually worked for the way for Ritual and Reet.
Yeah, we've seen them kind of contest height in previous games so far, right? So they have a clear agenda here. Let's contest height. Let's make sure that this isn't free, or let's take it for ourselves. Something I want to see here is the standings. Only one game left here to go on day number 1 of Grand Finals. This will dictate how we look going into tomorrow's 6 games. Agers and Kanata, in case you just tuned in, you missed out. Let me see, 346, that seems a lot higher than 225. Yes, they still have this massive over 100-point lead of everyone else, but falling in that last game in an 11th place, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does give everyone else just that tiny little bit of leeway to say, okay, we're going to try and catch up.
It's still early. We have so many games to be played, and we're starting to see teams shoot up the leaderboard. I mean, +6 for Baka and Pars. That's a team I expected to do well. Peterbot Larson shooting up the leaderboard. Byla, NPen, 12 spots. Ritual, Reet up 8. So every team making their moves late today.
And I think another team we expected to do well was Booga and Threats. And obviously, being in second place right now, they're doing just that. And I think a part of that is just the knowledge that both of these players have. And there's not too many times that we see any often game a player go down so late in the game, like what we just did in Game 5, and still be able to bring them up, realizing that there's still a situation right here that we can bring up our player and have that opportunity like we're seeing right now. And actually, Bugha ended up going down a little bit later, and Threats was able to hold that solo for just a little bit, showing that how opportunistic this duo is.
And the amazing thing about Bugha and Threats is Bugha did this way earlier on when he won a championship with Miro. They had a terrible weekly qualifiers, didn't really play well in the Cash Cups, and then all of a sudden, it's championship times. It's time to put on your boots and walk through this mud and take a championship. They got a lot of work to do, but I mean, it's Bugha. Like, that man's legacy is unbelievable, and he's proving once again why you can never doubt him.
And this is kind of why we talk about these day 1, day 2 teams, right? Some teams, they come out on day 1, they're super strong, but kind of fall short day 2. And then the same can be said about the other side. The question for us in this last game will be, well, are Aegis and Kanata a day 1 and a day 2 team? More food for thought as we kind of continue to look at our standings here. You did mention Bugha and Threats. I want to kind of come back to the couple teams you mentioned, SPG, in 5th place. Byla and NPen, also players looking to secure themselves a spot in the Global Championships. I mean, NPen as well. I mean, you've talked to him. We've talked to him. This is someone that is really hungry to go to Globals, but would also love to see an FNCS title.
Yeah, I was able to film week 1 with him and go find some content and kind of make a little piece, but they didn't do well. They went down off spawn because of Bugha and Threats coming over and cleaning up the contest. But NPen's confident. He's a player that believes in himself, switching duos very late before weekly qualifiers. But he's like, I believe in myself as an IGL. As long as I get a certain quality player, it doesn't matter who I play with. Top 10, that's in the bag.
And the mentality is such an important factor in the competition. And we see Violet and NPen jumping up 12 placements here. Usually you tend to see a snowball by Game 5 where teams tend to do a little bit worse and worse as the game goes on, but that is not the case for Violet and NPen.
Absolutely. Okay, so 1 game left to go. What I want to see is the top 20. Remember, there's already 5 duos that have qualified for the Global Championships. If they end in this top 10, that means we then move down the leaderboard based on how many of them end up in that top 10. Here is 11th through 20th. Just take a look at a handful of these names, right? Cooper and Miro, for example, in 14th place, they already have their spot. So if these guys, after next game or even after tomorrow, could end in that top 10, top 12, we're still looking down that leaderboard.
I mean, we also have Poyo and Sphinx, and on this we have Edgy and Dukes, although his name is Trey now. And a lot of these teams in the top 20 just showcasing why they've already qualified to Globals. But again, we don't really know how day 2 is going to pan out, so we don't know if it's going to be top 10, top 12, or even top 15.
I do expect at least 3 teams that have already qualified to finish within top 10 or maybe like 11, 12. You know, they push it down just a little more. The interesting thing is every point these teams get is stealing away points from everybody else, and it's honestly beneficial for the teams that are close.
Dude, this is absolutely terrifying. I don't even know how this is going to go. We got 1 game left here to go on NA, and then tomorrow another 6, and then that's it.
I do want to say, we keep talking about top 10 and everything, but also these players that have already qualified still want to get top because that's more money coming out of Major 3.
For sure, and an Axe of Champions. Why not? I mean, the 2-for-1, 3-for-1 special, whatever that math. I'm not good at math. Maybe it's the math one. Final game here. What would you guys love to see coming into this game?
I want to see Bugha and Threats win it. Get some points, get close enough to make day 2 really interesting.
I want to see Reet and Ritual on top.
There you go. Kelly she's good. She's good. I like this as well. Okay, 1 game left to go. This is game number 6 of day 1 of Grand Finals. Now it is more important than ever for these duos to climb that leaderboard and try and find themselves in that top 10. Let's see how this all comes to a conclusion. This is game number 6.
That's right. Time flies when you're having fun. And just like that, we're already gearing up for the last game of day 1 here. And to Kelly's point, yes, Reet and Ritual do have a chance right now. So go ahead and jump up.
Yep, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it out in. Who do I want to see have a good game? Well, I want to continue to see the Kanata and Aegis show. And luckily, we don't have to wait long. But Monster, as we get into this last game of the day. Go ahead, who's Monster's pick? Who do you want to see have a phenomenal last showing?
Well, I need Pamso and Fatch to definitely figure it out right now because Acorn and Cold are coming in a little too quick here from that southern side. So can they make another adjustment? That's a lot to ask of a team that's already tweaked their draw spot twice now in the same 6-game run. But again, that leads me into that conversation. Acorn and Cold are moving in the right direction. We said it, they're about due for a big game turnaround here too. So far, though, looking at the zones, I feel like Miro and Coop have gotten a lot of zone favor, which has helped them stay inside that top 10. So who really knows right now?
Yeah, once again, the split drop, but Virgo and Broken are getting increasingly more confident each and every game, and you're seeing why. Virgo, with very little loot, all he needed was his drop spot, and that one was down to perfection as he cleans up not one, but both of those players, and you see an interesting split drop. If Broken and Virgo spot this one out, Pamsu and Fatch on 2 different sides of the farm, that is an easy elimination for them the way they've been playing so far. Ooh, I might have cursed them.
They do an excellent job here finding Virgo, but again, those same southern shots. Again, I just was hoping that Fatch or Pam would have adjusted for the tags that come in from the outskirts, but getting a little too complacent here. Either way, they do get themselves still the knock here. A little revenge, if you will.
Acorn and Cold yet again, just being the final straw of annoyance to Fatch and Pamso. Almost all day long, just sending their shots, getting their search. And you can see they have 2 different angles as well, so almost nowhere really to hide at. See on over towards the Citadel. Knifer and Snacky yet again.
I knew it. I knew it.
Well,
and Tanks House comes down. He didn't take no damage. He did it the right way. Oh, and then he gets the pickup and turns it back around.
See, what had happened was...
Yikes.
That's how it started with Knifer talking to Snacky. See, what had happened was... And then that's kind of where it ended as well, because he went down to fall damage.
You don't even explain it.
Looking like Myth out here.
That's exactly what happens. Unfortunate.
Ooh, another... Is this a drop spot switch up? Because typically they claim the mountain just outside of the gas station that's north of Kenjutsu's Crossing. Everybody this game really changing things up. Agers and Ganada even becoming increasingly more split so they can cover more ground, get more loot. Muzz and Paper, this is where they've been landing, but they have a new team contesting them. That's Penta and Teeks. They were over towards the Lonely Lab side of the map.
Now this is a cool fight for Muzz and Paper because if they pick these points up, I was going to say, this pushes them right inside that top 10. That's how close things are. And we talked about it. They want to stay within that conversation of the bubble top 15. You really don't want to fall too far from there because then your chances at globals really just run away from you.
Yeah, and you still have that last chance major next weekend. But thing about qualifying through the grand finals here in Major 3 is you start at the upper side of things versus lower in that last chance major as Blake and Macwood go down to 20 yet again. Things just aren't shaken up to be their day, but we talk about it being a 2-day competition. There's always time to rise up the ranks with 6 games on the day tomorrow. But if you are still in the lobby, you need to make use of this opportunity you're given as Penta tries to go in, takes so much damage before backing off yet again. Teeks trying to play a game of peekaboo, but Mud Hut Boy seeming like the ultimate defender right now.
I like what they did, the pre-fire right there. You just gotta respect it. You can see the practice really coming into play, but shots come in from the distance. That was a completely different team. That is the opening of a Mammoth pistol.
It's Muzz and Paper again.
Big damage.
Kind of the team that you were talking about yourself. Returning to the scene of the crime, just trying to go ahead and get their surge. Because they were the ones initially in the fight. They disengaged and now turn the tables on its side. Now they have the luxury to kind of do exactly what they want. Rotate where they want to be, depending on if they want to go west or east. And I think right now they're going to choose towards that west side. As Penta takes even more damage. Force backed up more and more and more. And the down's finally going to come through by Mud Hut Boy. Leaving Teeks by his lonesome to try to survive this.
Muzz and Paper were still thinking about it too. Kind of wish they stood around to try to finish this thing up. Not anymore. The advantage is swung all the way. Pickup's going to come through. Now let's look at Casker here sneaking up on what's happening here.
Like
oh, the double. Left and right.
Multiple angles being taken. Casker's doing a good job of watching out and dealing damage onto Chris. Almost instantly, Revise gets the knockdown and the elimination onto Mud Hut Boy. So now Chris is just feeling the pressure of a solo in a duos world, and once again hounding and surrounding from multiple angles. Casker's not letting up off the gas, neither is Revise. But now he has to hit the brakes just a little bit. He did take a huge amount of damage.
Meanwhile, all the while, I was looking at the cursors of Muzz and Paper there. They just continuously looking back. I'm sure they're regretting it now, just thinking about it like, there's still a team fight in there, a new team now. We probably could have had all that, but it is what it is. Here we are, big tags coming out. Casker Revise and finishing up Chris. Big knock there. Look, they're again saying, dude, there's still shots happening. Like, what is this? So Muzz and Paper are so curious of what all unfolded here, but of course they read the feed. They know it's Casker. They know it's Revise. It's a fresh team here. Oyo, Sphinx on the other side right now, inside the compound here, getting busy, looking for the box fight here. This is a fight that's gone on for quite some time. You can just tell because he doesn't have many shotgun bullets nor builds. Really running through the resources here. What we like to call burning the candle on both ends.
And the longer it takes, the harder it gets. Increasingly so by every second, especially when the north side of the map, those teams begin to rotate in. They're going to see this party as a chance to get surge of their own. Koyo's not letting up off the gas. He wants to continue to finish off and clean up that damage he was already dealing. But it's not an easy one. Nazi seeming like a slippery competitor, not letting him in his sights. And as soon as he does, he fires back a haymaker, knocking down both shield and HP off Poyo.
I'll tell you, Noxie looking razor sharp right now in the back half of the tournament. Again, this is a 2-day competition. Today, right now, is the last game that we'll play for this evening. But tomorrow, we get to gear back up and run another 6.
And that's why we keep talking about the importance of not necessarily you don't have to be in first, but giving yourself enough of a cushion to be inside of the bubble so you can get your global championship spot. That way you don't have to fight through that last chance major, because that one is going to be a grueling one. But it's business as usual for both Bugha and Threats. They get the zone again towards the south side. But for now, we'll figure out in a few seconds which way it does pull, but it's equal distance between both the west and the eastern portion of the map.
Threats and Bugha here. So far, so good. Things are looking super scary after game 1. Had they not dropped that one, they'd be pretty close on the heels of Kanata and Agers. But here we are, a near 150-point gap starting to build between the teams. Meanwhile, it's the first zone that's actually come this way as well. Is that going to affect their strategy? Is that going to affect the storm surge? Are they going to stay south or go north instead into the congestion? This is going to be a game worth studying. Meanwhile, Bryce lines one up but gets one in return. That's what happens.
Showcasing the duality of the Mammoth. If you give, you must be expected to receive at any turn. Bryce and Chubbs, a little bit of a fall from how the first half of their day has been going, but a team that has been able to show resilience as well at a moment's notice. Peterbot and Larson, both of these players had played at last year's FNCS Invitational. They've tasted that international stage, and they're hungry to return. And as of now, they're in the position in that top 10 to qualify.
That's right. You have a chance here to do it all. Let's take a look here. We're going to be capturing this point. See what will come out of it. Of course, upgrades across the board. Trashy on the other side. Bucky and Oki is trying to line up the pinch here from the 2 angles so far. Been pretty decent, but terrain not too favorable here to battle on, so I'd be looking to get up for a second there. Okus is definitely a scary one. Oh, but loses the wall to Trashy. Still quick enough. Put him back off there, and there it is. It's all for the spoils here. That legendary Slurp Juice going to the hands of Trashy. Gets the second one as well.
That find on the Slurp Juice could be the difference between them winning or losing this fight. And he goes right back down to take the rest away before trying to reunite with Clarity as Bugha takes down Fatch. Whatever adjustment they made on the side of Pamstu and Fatch just wasn't enough to kind of continue their run. And you get to see it, just kind of cornered. 2 different angles, Bugha and Threats just Baits are into the box. They take him down.
What do you do?
And before he even goes down, you see Pamsu just running away. He said, sorry, dude, I gotta go. Peace.
That's right. You give and you take there. GG's. Tried his best. What can you do?
Just looking at that leaderboard right now, and it's just daunting. Kanata and Agers, it's all the way on top. But Bugha and Threats, increasingly better. 10-point lead over Reet and Ritual. Then Acorn and Cold not nearby. So everyone outside of just Kanata and Agers is like jam-packed on that leaderboard, and they can surpass each other at any moment.
There's a lot going on right now. Even Boyo here getting mixy with it. Finds Noxie and D roller, side angle. That was his wall, son. Takes him out. Making it look easy. Fast forward to the other side, finishes him off. That's how quickly things changed on that side of the map. This is the opposite corner. This is the northern portion. Boyo and Sphinx, this story is important. They're in 12th currently overall. This is a team that's on the cusp of going to the global championships. There's tons of spots. They're already in there, so they can be taking a position away from another if they jump on in.
And just interesting because I feel like before FNCS Major 2, you would have said, yo, Poyo has a chance to qualify. People would have been like, who? Who's that? And they rightfully did so because Bugha at one point was teaming with Poyo. And people are just wondering why. They split up. They go their separate ways. And Poyo's the one who actually punches his ticket to the global championship. Meanwhile, Bugha is still fighting for it. But a huge change-up right here. Cold is now alive, going to clutch up. Typically, on the day, we've seen a lot of Acorn forced to clutch up.
That is right. Acorn's been alive, but Acorn was also in the end game. This is a bit of a different, for them to fall so early, it's definitely a different conversation. Look at this. Agers and Kanata have a chance right now to fight for this Rift spot, but Okus and Bucky are the first ones to get here. This is kind of what they were known to do in lead-up, so how is it that they're just finally getting one? It makes you wonder.
This is brave. I don't see Bucky anywhere in sight. Okus literally contested it by himself. Oh my, a huge amount of damage onto Aviv. Continuously trying to back him up. The rifts continue, so the threat of more and more players trying to join the party is going to be there, and that's exactly it. You hear some of those gliders open up. So where's my invitation? See players below. Rift Island on the minimap as well, surrounding. Those are third-party potentials. The higher you're built up on that mountain.
Manfisu is the opening weapon of choice here, and Okus says, all right, yep, I'm gonna get up out of here. It's not looking too hot here. Meanwhile, Yamzo and Ryzen in the low ground don't even want to chance it. They don't have the luxury to chance it. They can't make a mistake right now. They've come too far. They've already slipped outside that top 3 spot after that last game, falling too early, too soon. Bryson Chubbs in the distance there, a top 10 team rotating to the bubble side of the zone. This would be a pretty easy rotate for them as everyone up top is hyper-focused. They're trying to situate, they're trying to get their mats together.
Reet and Ritual, Kelly's a big fan. I'm a big fan, especially Reet coming from NA West. And I hope Vivid is a big fan because he is going to break down what they're doing and how well it's going for them.
Ritual and Ree, a duo that loves that Rift Island, but their early game, their POI, it's going to be Creaky Compound. Of course, landing here, though, you're pretty much in Death Valley. I mean, look at these angles that they have to worry about. There's so many elevated mountains around them. Lucky enough for them, though, the biome does a great job of providing them with the movement necessary to get the heck out of Dodge. That mud is going to be good for them to rotate towards one of those elevated positions to make sure that they are going to be safe throughout these early games. And it's positions like this that have allowed them to get the 3rd place today because early Storm Surge comes in, but it's also a great position for them to go ahead and get some of those Rift Island contests. Of course, they've gone ahead and captured it twice today. Not going to do it this game, though, but I'm sure we'll see them hold on to that top 3 spot.
Thank you so much, Vivid. I was wondering how they were consistently one of the teams on top of Rift Island.
What's happening here, though? Ritual's down. He gets fully eliminated now. And after all that, Reet's left by himself here. Things have gone south. This is what Reet's known for best, though. These one-on-one situations, he does not choke these.
Yeah,
let's see it.
One-on-one, especially with Aviv no longer there. But they have to be careful. There's still one more team near Rift Island and so many more just on top or outside of it. They could third party as just Reet. He knows exactly what he needs to do here. Bide his time,
Upgrades.
get his heals. The splashes are the most important one, so that way he has the potential to bring Ritual back. And he has multiple opportunities to do that. There is a van exactly right there, but there's also launch pads and other reboot vans in the distance if he wants to try to disengage and find somewhere else.
That's crazy that he could have actually committed right there and been okay, but Rhea ends up canceling it against his better judgment. Aviv says, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go and aim for the sky. I think I get some more points here. Look at this readjustment. Opens up a wider platform as well. This is very, very interesting. I love this play right now. And it works! It works! He catches him! No! Not like this.
He uses the cheese to catch the mouse in the maze.
Oh, man.
He knows now is his opportunity to drop onto Reet. And the thing about this is even though he just popped the slurp, eventually Ritual is going to go down and that Siphon is going to come in, giving him more HP. So he has the luxury of a free 50, either HP and shield, depending on what happens here between him and Reet. As the third parties begin to come in, there goes the first tag. Not going to scare Aviv off just yet. He knows the potential is there as he continues to backtrack in his step, doing a little bit of a moonwalk, and he gets shut down. That was a huge shutdown by Reet. Now the thing is, though, Ritual's reboot card is at the bottom of Rift Island, so he's going to do some traveling if he does want to get him back.
I was thinking it's probably over with that, but we'll have to find out right now. As Reet goes to grab the card, we'll be able to see how this all kicked off. It was actually Skittles who gets traded out first there. Ritual damaged in the process. And a little bit of greed comes into play as Aviv fights off. Yup, look at that. That's why you don't stand in enemy boxes with walls, but in the end, it is Reet who comes out on top. Could have ended right there for him, though. That was a disgusting shot from Aviv. Well played.
Took him down twice, essentially. Aviv taking down Ritual. Acorn still down, cold.
I would say, though, the clip of the moment, the clip of the day so far.
He captured him.
To Aviv, no doubt. Like, that was crazy.
I haven't seen that in a while. When that kind of change happened, I've seen a lot of teams begin to do that early on. I hadn't seen it in a long time, I think because you don't want to expend the mats to do so. But he already had the elevation. All he did was build the floor out wide. He really made it look easy. You can already see what Reet is planning, has in the back of his mind. Pop the med kit, get my teammate back, but Okus is probably doing the same thing. We saw him without Bucky earlier on in the game. Basically now, now or never. And let me tell you, he told Reet never, ever.
That was crazy. Okus with a massive shot right there.
Okay, I'm liking this now. I'm liking it. I just became a fan of Okus right there.
That's a 189, by the way. And he's still 10 below, so...
He had the heavy headshots then if it's 189.
Huge tag.
501 above the damage threshold, position at the edge of zone. And they don't have far to rotate before they find themselves in the next. So positives on top of positives for NPen and Byla. You can see their loadout as well, and it matches the position that they're in.
Just to give you guys the visual of the leaderboard, where we are after 6 games of Fortnite. Of course, this one's still ongoing. We have Aegis and Kanata in the lead by far. If the name is in color, they are still alive. And you can see our third place Ritual and Reet have been crossed out. Cold now added to that list there. 2 of the top 5 teams that have fallen.
If we're not setting up for a Game 12, Day 2 race to the top 10, I'm gonna be excited if that one does come to fruition.
It's already happening.
Imagine 5 teams on the bubble, 10 teams just outside. Maybe I'll go for maybe 20-point differential between all of them. I'll take it. I'll take that for our final game. But only time will tell if it'll come to fruition. Is Bolton Thork, a team that's positioned above everybody else and has experience in lobbies like these. They already have the Axe of Champions and that global championship spot secured. Kind of tied with 7th place, Yamzo Rise. Similar point threshold for both of the two.
Buga's still running away with it. He found himself another elimination. This is a great game for him.
That's how you pick up the pace. That's how you show that you can adapt on the fly. You can continuously be a flexible style player. And I feel like this has been their loadout almost all season long. Threats has that breacher, that heavy breacher to break and kind of destroy a lot of the builds, but Buga has the Havoc. And they kind of use that in tandem to kind of take down the rest of the lobby. We've already found some success once today.
Cool part about Bugha and Threats is they've been playing casually with one another for years, actually.
Yeah.
Both very much OGs of the Fortnite space. You can see this is how they picked up Source right there. Called it out. It's just tags in the distance, burning through builds. All textbook. Very textbook.
Epic's gonna take down Clarity in the feed, so that's another elimination as Epicwell and Clicks are continuing to try to find their stride. Same for Yamzo and Rise. A little bit of a hiccup in their game plan, but with history on their side, being a day number 2 team, they definitely have the potential to pop off and kind of try to take back what they thought was theirs to start the season, especially with how well they've been performing. Clicks and Epicwell boxing up, gaining a little bit of elevation nearby. Cooper and Miro box to box near Yamzo and Rise. So a lot of these teams, as the lobby pushing forward, getting so congested against one another.
I will say, all in all, Yamzo and Rise being a day 2 team is very comfortable right now. Just overall, 7th place here, pretty good. A big pop off tomorrow, a couple other flops from high placing squads, and all of a sudden they're in. Hold up, Epicwell and Clicks have a lot more to work with. This is a team that's on the bottom of the totem pole so far, has been struggling on the day here to find their footing. I mean, the loot's looking great. It's just getting past this point here.
Ooh, big shot gonna be fired. Epicwell's doing what he can to fight back. That way, kind of pushes that team back, that we can survive just a little bit more. Going up a layer as well. He knows this Mega City like the back of his hands. Ever since it became a thing, he claimed it as his own. Clicks is gonna join him over on this side of things. Placement point setting in as well as we get into our top 20. 19 as another player and team is gonna get dropped. Peterbot taking down Zypha. And just as Clicks and Epicwell find that safety in Mega City, it's pulling them right back on out.
It's gonna be a tough one, but a lot of teams are gonna have a chance here to at least work on some material if they were struggling. Pick up some additional left behinds. Cooper and Miro find another one there. There it is. Jumping their way on up inside the top 10. Yamzo and Rise have a little bit of room to work with as well. Remember, 2 of the top 5 teams have already been taken out, so this gives chance for Yamzo and Rise to go ahead and get right inside that top 5 for a day 2 finish. They're above the threshold right now. They have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Parson Bach can play for high ground once again here. NA East, again, lacks that identity of high ground teams. So if you're really feeling it, you just go for it. And you're probably not going to have a hard time claiming it.
Bach and Pars, they've been ones to kind of at least make a threat for it game after game. The consistency kings show up big here yet again. Even though it's top 17, I think their worst placement on the day is that 12th place in that last game. Some would take that as their own. Bugha feeling the stress, feeling the troubles. Him and Threat separated. Threat's getting dropped all together. They're being forced to try to survive, and Bugha's now feeling the pressure of the world on his shoulders to try to keep this placement as consistent as possible. That way they don't fall outside of that bubble in the last game of the day.
Pretty crazy. You don't see Bugha hesitate very often, but he thought twice about popping the Slurp Juice right there. But he said, you know what? I need all the HP I can get here. Doesn't even opt in for the minis. Just gets it ticking. Seems like it works out here. 260 builds left. Meanwhile, up top, Kanata, Agers continue to rack up more. Ending runs, ending plays. Kanata's down, but Agers still in it. Siphon kicks through. He's all right.
Splash is being used. Now he can run from point A to point B. On the other side of the box, they're still trying to break in. That's G-Money. G-Money needs this elimination. He goes and strikes. Agers does it again. Typical Ager things at this point. High ground has been tossed, turned upside down. Vylon and Penn are now the keys at the top of the mountain. A huge haymaker thrown by Bugha as he takes down Peterbot. And back-to-back at that, Pars gets dropped once at the top of the mountain. He is now down back to the lobby as Bugha's setting up for a big game.
Nah, Bugha's going crazy. He actually just picked up 2 eliminations, Larson and his duo, and then more on the way to the zone. And now look at this, finds another one on the edge. It's just keeping him alive here, feasting on Epicwell, Siphon, and he falls inside the top 10. What a performance there. Meanwhile, Yamzo still going 2 on the low. Cooper's gonna go in and find him here, but Rise is still in the game. It's not over yet. The trades go back and forth. It's sloppy down here, but Sphinx and Pollo are here, and they're just the disruptors of the lobby as they are rambling their ways into the top 10. For top 5 position, actually, screw that. It's now a 2-on-2 situation.
Sphinx is already down. 2v1. Pollo's trying to break him into the palm of the hands. A huge shot onto NPen, but that was the sacrifice. He spun the shot and kind of dealed an even bigger one back to take the game. A sneaky play to start the day in Game 1 that we saw when he took down Bugha to end the day. Game 6 Victory Royale winner.
And a clean way to do it here. Take a look from the other perspectives of NPen and Byla. All the exchanges, the trades, the back and forths. NPen coming out of the woodworks, literally finally finding his stride. And of course, Elite Byla, one of those recent signings to Team Elite. You love to see the duo really coming together right now. But man, I've been a big fan of NPen, right? You see the content pieces for years now. And he's putting in the work here on the new young guns. Congratulations to Byla and NPen who take game number 6.
Yeah, you know who else likes NPen, has a huge smile on his face? SBG.
Oh, yeah.
Loves to see NPen perform at a high level, but we need to see the results for day 1 so these teams can prepare going into day 2 for one last time for real this time. Zeke, break it down.
Big shout outs to, of course, Monster D-Face and Jacob PR for an amazing 6 games. But speaking of amazing, as this guy right here, SPG, decided to talk about them, NPen and Byla get themselves a Victory Royale in Grand Finals. A massive one for them as well, because again, as SPG kind of detailed for us last game, this is a duo that wants to make the Globals, and they're looking for that FNCS title.
And really, we could have seen this during qualifiers if they weren't contested, because they're just doing what they've done for so long. Both of these two are veterans in the space, understand how to play this game, and now they finally have some freedom to play in Grand Finals. And what a perfect time to be peaking this season. NPen and Byla coming out of nowhere, honestly exceeding my expectations. So shout out to you two. Let's keep it up. We have a whole nother day to play though.
I love that it looked like there was a pool party going on the lower ground there, whereas NPen and Byla were the lifeguards, just kind of watching everyone, being able to kind of get an eagle's eye. And obviously that definitely came out as an advantage for them, grabbing that VR.
That's crazy too, against Iamzo and Rise. You know, I like that ability. Hey, you guys are playing? Nope, we would like to walk away with the VR. Okay, let's take a look at our standings. Remember, we have another 6 games coming up tomorrow, so it doesn't stop here. But remember, it's all about momentum. We look at the top, Agers and Kanata. Take a look at this lead. They've held just around a 100-point lead for a few games now, and this is a fantastic start to be in going into day number 2.
Yeah, our Agers and Kanata doing a great job. Iamzo and Rise, we didn't really know how they were doing kind of in the last few games. They seem to be dwindling down a little bit, but able to hold themselves in that 5th place spot. And I think that they probably feel a little good because Iamzo and Rise were able actually to take down Agers in the final moments in that game there. Of course, Bugha and Threats also holding their spot in 2nd place. But hey, your team doing a good job in 3rd.
Yeah, and we see that the elimination lead for Agers and Kanata was what was putting them so far ahead of everybody else. They were just slaying out, and nobody was having those consistent games like they were. Making endgame, if you make endgame and you play until 11th zone, you're getting at least 3 eliminations, and that's what these guys were doing every single game. Now we're seeing that start to dwindle. I mean, it's almost 100 points, so dwindle by, that's a massive game for these guys to be ahead. But nonetheless, we see a lot of the teams that have qualified throughout this year now starting to make their mark on this Grand Finals.
Yeah, without a doubt, obviously, we got Cooper and Miro here, Pollo and Sphinx as well. But I do want to talk about Baka and Pars. I feel like for the last 3 games now, we've seen them attempt to take height, succeed, but then not be able to transition that into a 11th, 12th hold on height. But obviously, that doesn't seem to be affecting them too much.
No, and I was talking to their coach Captor before Grand Finals, and what he told me is these guys need to learn to believe in themselves. Once they have some success in these games, then they'll start to believe in their own minds, okay, we can actually do this. And now they're starting to show themselves, okay, guys, like, we can do this. Like, we're in 7th place after the first day. So an amazing comeback after a slower start for these two.
And I feel like, you know, we got to talk about the fact that 4 of the teams, of the 5, really, that are already qualified to Global Championships, right there. So we're not looking at a top 10 finish. We're looking at a top 14 finish, which is disgusting. Very quickly, as we jump back up to that top 3, I want to highlight Bugha. Just a crazy clutch here in game number 6. Bugha does as Bugha does. it's enough to help them hold down number 2 going into day 2.
And I mean, do you expect anything less? This is the greatest player on this region of all time, and he's just continuing to do this every single season. The expectation is him to win every FNCS, and honestly, we're all like, oh, he should have won that one. He's won 3 already. Obviously, the World Cup champion, you can't not say that. But nonetheless, I mean, still just proving he's not lost a single step.
No, without a doubt. And although they did go down here, I think in 13th place, Bugha was able to hold out for quite a while, being able to get those much-needed placement points to hold his spot. Oh my, I'm so sorry. I said 13th, but he was actually able to survive a lot longer.
And you see, this is what won him and Miro several championships, is that solo clutch factor. Both him and Miro kind of bounce back and forth. Okay, it was your turn, it was my turn. They've played really consistently, staying alive together as a duo. And then ultimately, when it's just one of them, Bugha's like, all right, bro, I got you. Like, we're not going down. I'm not letting Kanata just run away with this.
Yeah, and again, remember, even if a player doesn't necessarily get the Victory Royale, we're still getting placement points. It starts at that top 15 where you start to really get good stuff. The higher you climb, I don't need the Victory Royale, but if I could place top 5, I'm still racking up valuable points for my duo. As we turn back here, I do want to look at our top 20. Remember, if those top 5 teams and then that top 10, we're starting to shift down the leaderboard and looking for more names right now. Bryce and Chubbs, they're currently sitting in that 11th place. Acorn and Cold, there they are.
Yeah.
The 5th duo that has already got a spot to globals. Guys, this is going to be nuts. Day 2 is going to be crazy.
I'm so excited, and I'm also really excited to see Batman Bugha and Rapid up here in 13th place, doing a good job between consistency and grabbing eliminations as well. And, you know, again, another NAOS team. I know.
And I'm looking down there at 17th. We've seen Muzz and Paper inside that top 10. They've been able to put together a couple of games during the 6 today, but it needs to be more consistent. They can't continuously struggle off spawn or have some early game problems. But when they do make it off spawn, able to get those caches, these guys are successful, and that's why they're in 17th.
Definitely. Let's go back to the top 10, man. I just remember the number 214, okay? So just take a look here. Remember, one good game, it's like, what, 60 points, give or take, right? Depending on how many eliminations you guys can get as a duo. If that duo in 11th place were to get that, just look how much they could potentially climb, right? We're now knocking on that top 3. This is a lot closer than I feel like the standings necessarily are like dictating, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from 10th to 4th place is only a 30-point difference. And obviously, once you get to Agers and Kanata, it's a lot more. But this is not, we keep talking about the story of trying to get top 10 or whatever it ends up being, top 14, top 15. But also, these teams just want to get high up in the leaderboard because they want to win that money.
Yeah, not only is it about the cash, a lot of the players are just like, I want that pickaxe. I want the bragging rights. I want to be that guy in a lobby that's like, I'm holding the FNCS pickaxe. What's up, everybody?
For sure. You know, being able to claim one of the top 10 to go to globals, what's up? I go to globals with an axe of champions. What's up? That's what we're talking about. Now, another thing we're going to talk about actually is an interview. We get to hang out, speak directly to one of the players we saw compete today. SBG is going to be very excited about this one because it's our boy NPen. What is going on, man? It's so great to see you. How are you feeling after day 1?
I'm feeling pretty good, guys. You know, coming into this FNCS was a little questionable based on our performances, but we fixed some of our mistakes, locked in, and I'm excited, you know?
Well, talk a little bit about the mistakes that you made and what adjustments you've done to have such a successful day 1.
So our drop spot this season, obviously Kenjutsu Crossing, it was insanely good last season. But this season we struggled a lot at the beginning. Our surge routes were so separated from everyone else, so it was super hard for us to get early damage, which made it insanely hard for us to get in those end games, right? So all of the finals weeks we underperformed. We made a lot of mistakes. We worked with our coach, and you know, we were able to find these surge routes, these certain strats that were helping us out a little bit, and I think it got us into some end games, and we were able to secure the last game W. So we'll have to see how day 2 goes.
Awesome. What's up, dude? Congratulations, by the way. I'd love to see you up here. you told me that you believed you could do this regardless of who you played with, and you guys kind of came together at the last minute. Like, walk us through your struggles this season and then what it means to be able to be successful here on day one.
Obviously with the central servers starting out, one of the biggest struggles was my ping. Living on the East Coast, you know, I had to adapt to a slower play style than usual, you know, be ready for a bit of a laggier lobby. On top of that, I was previously playing with Polarized right before the season started, or right before FNCS started, and he moved on to play with Scented. Me and Bilo were able to reunite. You know, we had an extremely good performance day 2 of the Hammer Season Grands. And when he, you know, the stars kind of aligned for us when all of our teammates swapped last second, and me and Bilo were kind of paired together. We were confident going into it, and so it kind of just worked out. You know, we'll just have to see if we can continue it. You know.
Yeah, and one of our recent content pieces with you, you know, you kind of talk about leaving your mark on Fortnite, and I think, you know, you are like one of like 5 people, for me specifically, that stand out as people I love to just talk about, to highlight, because you've been in the scene for so long, you've worked so hard, and to leave that mark for you right now is globals, and you are closer than ever. So what are we looking to do tomorrow to make sure we snag one of those spots?
We got to finish out strong. You know, I think in the games that we performed well, we kind of, everything just clicked for us, you know. We made a couple mistakes. We made a few crucial errors that would have put us in those end games in 2 of our other games. So it gives me a bit of confidence knowing that, okay, I know what mistake I made. Going into tomorrow, I just have to, you know, fix those simple errors that could result in a couple more top 5s, a couple more wins. And I appreciate that comment, you know, you made about me. That means a lot, man.
Of course, and Ben, I'm telling you, there's just, again, there's a couple of you that just work so hard that I feel like go overlooked, but it's just like, you guys have just worked so hard, and like, I love to give you guys that moment, you know?
I appreciate that. You lagged out a little bit, but I did hear the very end of it. I don't know if there was a question in there.
It's all good. Well, NPen, for the Fortnite fam that for some reason may just be seeing you for the first time, they absolutely have to go find you. They have to go follow you. Where can they do that?
You guys can find me at NPen on Twitch and NPen01 on every other social. If you guys want to stop by, I'm always streaming, so I really appreciate it, I guess.
For sure. Thank you so much for taking time to come and talk with us. We really appreciate it, and of course, best of luck in tomorrow's games.
Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great rest of your night.
Love to see it, man. Passion, drive. That's what I love to see.
Can I just say, this major has had some incredible interviews.
Yeah. Listen, if you're a player and you want to stop by, do that. We would love to talk to you. We would love to highlight you and point literally everyone who doesn't know who you are, might not know. We want them to know about you. That's what this is all about. Now, of course, this brings the broadcast to an end. When are we back? Let's take a look at a broadcast schedule. Remember, EU is back tomorrow for 6 games there. They have a conclusion. Of course, there's 6 regions we have to wrap up as well. We'll take a look at all that tomorrow. We will be back as well for grand finals. Don't forget, though, last chance major. Mark your calendars. That is the final opportunity. That will be it. The last handful of spots going to global championships will be decided on that day. With tomorrow being grand finals day number 2, it is going to be some of the most hype we've ever seen. Check this out.
Championship, that's the main event of the year. I mean, it's everything. We've got to qualify.
It's definitely really important to qualify. I want to prove to other players that I'm a top-tier player.
We are playing every single tournament that we can. We just need to be aggressive, go for plays, just keep doing what we do.
If I didn't qualify to Major 3 and I had to play the last chance major, I would definitely feel more pressure.
I want to make sure that I qualify, and if I don't, it's kind of embarrassing in my opinion.
Qualifying to the Global Championship would mean everything to me, so hopefully we can get it done.
I think it could make or break my career.
There is no team better than Pink and Vico.
Good luck, my friends. We're all gonna need it.
Like, come on. Are you serious? Tomorrow's gonna be nuts. 6 games. And again, please, reminder, EU also has 6. If you've enjoyed this, they have 6 games over there with a bunch of players that are just as good. Of course, we're better. We're NA. Let's not have that discussion now. Guys, as we kind of prepare our minds for tomorrow, I wanted to get your thoughts as to what you maybe are expecting coming in then. I know we kind of continue to have this dialogue about some teams are day 1, some teams are day 2s. Apparently, some teams are both. So what do you guys think about tomorrow?
I think Kanata and Agers, the story is going to continue, and I'm surprised. Typically, it's Kanata, the solo clutch master, doing everything he can to survive. Agers, congratulations. You deserve everything you got coming your way, brother, because I feel like you guys got it.
Yeah, what a big year for them so far. But if you're asking me what we need to see more of is hold that spot, hold the line right now if you're inside the top 10 or the bubble outside of it. And don't be discouraged here if you're around top 15 because teams that have qualified, of course, will bump that down. So there is a lot of room to run here.
Listen, I love the fact that you're talking about holding it down. Somebody that's held it down for so long. It's Bugha. I mean, the way that he played today, a lot of those zones were very, very tough for them to rotate, especially in a no mobility meta. I'm excited to see them perform the same way they did today, tomorrow.
I just want to see more of the same. This is a second golden age of competitive Fortnite. We got players streaming, we have some of the best players competing at a super high level, and we get to see all the hard work show off on game days.
And the hard work that we've been seeing and what you've been talking about day one or day two, Iamzo and Rise, this is their best performance yet coming out of day one. We saw how well they did during the weeks. If any team can beat out Agers and Kanata, it might just be them.
So much is set up for tomorrow for just an amazing conclusion to Major number 3. As Kelly mentioned and SBG mentioned, we've got amazing games tomorrow, amazing duos, Legends landing, there's watch parties. We'll be here, so many different ways to watch and enjoy the FNCS. As always, we have to say goodbye for now, but we'll see you tomorrow. And as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Beep. Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.